So what we discussed yesterday was, well, the first truth of the truth of suffering, the predicament we're in right now, from a Buddhist point of view, unnecessary. From a Buddhist point of view, temporary, in the sense that this can be removed. And we discussed a little bit the different types of suffering, of which the suffering of suffering, we're all familiar with. No need to explain that. We all want to get rid of. Again, no need to say anything more about it. And then, of course, what's harder to understand is the suffering of change. The idea that the kind of happiness we experience right now, if we don't change the object, if we don't change whatever makes us happy, that is, go to another object, it will inevitably change into suffering. So that's something to look at. Okay, so we had the example yesterday of happiness. If I ask you what makes us really happy, what is it? And so whatever we bring up, usually what we in everyday kind of life, we may bring up other things. Oh, practicing the Dharma, okay, but that's not what we do all day long. We can't do that all day long. So what makes us happy is being with a friend, going to a nice restaurant, watching a movie, having a comfortable, this is usually the kind of happiness we seek in our everyday life. But if that was really in the nature of happiness, then the more we did that, like staying with that same object, the happier we would have to get. But as we know, it changes. It slowly changes. Well, first it's very blissful. I gave the example of the peanut butter. So we're very, very hungry and just peanut butter. It's like, wow. And then if it goes on for days, we crave a certain food. The moment we get it, we eat it. It's bliss. But then, if that was really in the nature of happiness, then the more we ate, the better we would have to feel. Because we're basically eating something that's in the nature of happiness. But of course, we all know it changes. And the same with being with certain people. I gave the example yesterday, well, I may lock you into a room with that same person, and you need to be with them the whole time. Is that really blissful? And again, at least, well, if it doesn't turn into really strong suffering, it probably turns into boredom. Okay. So all the external objects, everywhere we look for happiness, the places we look for happiness at, outside of ourselves, what we do all the time. I mean, this is something. Let's just be realistic. What do we do in our everyday life? So the places we look for happiness, at those places we don't find lasting happiness. We find some, but no lasting happiness. And the reason for that is basically we have this present mind and body, which is the third type of suffering that is described. So there's the suffering, the suffering of change. What is the suffering of suffering? Ordinary kind of problems, difficulties, which we would all identify as problems, difficulties. What is the suffering of change? Well, that is what we identify usually as happiness. The everyday kind of ordinary happiness, which only lasts a short time, and in order to experience, we need to jump from one object to the next. We cannot even sit still for long enough. We may be in one position physically, and it's happy, it's good, it feels good, but then before long we need to switch, and then that feels good, and then that feels good. So, in that way, physically, we cannot be in the same position. We have to get up, we have to walk around, sit down again, eat, not eat, do certain things to keep us physically comfortable. And then mentally, it's exactly the same. We need to go from one thing to the next. We cannot stay with the same object for too long, otherwise suffering arises. So why is that? That's the suffering of change, the kind of happiness we experience right now. That is in the nature of change. Why is that? Because at present, we have this mind and body, which is said to be limited. There's great limitation to it. We also discussed this briefly yesterday. Well, is there something really wrong with us? Are we like kind of bad people, or like the original sin kind of idea? Not in the same way as we know it in some of the other faiths, like in Christianity very strongly, like this idea of original sin. There is this idea we have a misperception, we misperceive reality. In actuality, our mind is very pure. Actually, compassion and love are more in the nature of the mind than negative kind of emotions, even though anger and so forth seems to come very naturally, and it does at this point, but it can be removed. The negative states of our mind, they can be removed. So the pure state of our mind, that's our actual nature, called Buddha nature. This nature is this incredible potential we have. And it's only about, Buddhism is really, or Buddhist practice is about removing that which is extra. The misperceptions we have, the other afflictions that arise from those. So in that way, there's no idea that we're actually bad people. It's just the opposite. Naturally we have love and compassion. And in a way, like, if you look around, the things that make the news are not the little kindnesses and the compassionate acts. It's more the horrific acts, because that seems more wow, right? And when you look at people around you, if you look, maybe drive the subway, drive the bus, you see all these people going and coming from work. They don't necessarily like to go to work. Maybe the money is, very little money there. So they actually go to work to look after the people they love. I mean, it's out of, oftentimes, I don't know in all cases, but people go to look after their family, to look after their loved ones. So love and compassion are very much part of everyday life. Of course, that's not the only thing, but it is kind of, and we feel happy when someone is kind and loving. And when we ourselves are kind and loving, we all feel happy. So that seems to be really the natural state. And that's, from a Buddhist point of view, really who we are. But for the time being, because of the misperception we unfortunately have, we engage in actions that are, we have afflictive emotions that are harmful, and they make us engage in actions that harm us and others, and therefore we suffer. Okay. So it's because of this mind and body we have right now that we have these difficulties. And from a Buddhist point of view now, this sounds a little, what's the word? Extreme maybe. But that's how it's actually described in the scriptures. Because of the misperception we have, which is so all-pervasive, and I'll speak about the misperception in more detail today. I want to discuss it with you in more detail. But this misperception of reality right now totally covers everything. Covers everything. Everything is kind of influenced by that. So therefore, the masters, like the Buddha and all the other great masters, they have been saying, there's still more two seats in the front, if you like to sit there. They have been saying that actually when we experience happiness right now, it's only the temporary stopping of suffering. It's only the temporary stopping of suffering. Does that make sense? Yeah? That actually is just a relief. So we're in a constant state of experiencing problems and difficulties. Actually, okay, it may not be that obvious, and I'm not talking about kind of depressive kind of suffering. We don't experience that all the time. But if you check well, even when we experience suffering, there's always even when we experience great happiness, great bliss, not long after worry sets in. There's always something, kind of a sense of like something looming there in the back. Like we can be happy for just a few moments, but then there's always some worry sets in. Like a subconscious, it doesn't take long. Yeah, like there's still something nagging on us. So in a sense, from a Buddhist point of view, there's that underlying kind of, because of our misperception of reality, there's an underlying sense of the absence of pure happiness. Let's put it that way, like a kind of suffering. And when we're happy, that's just a relief from that temporarily. Yeah? So that's a bigger step. I didn't say that yesterday, actually. That's taking it a little bit further. And it's to be seen. It's to be seen. Okay? Why? Well, and that's what I'm going to talk about today. Because of our afflictions, of our emotional states that we're in. That's the main point. So really, of course, things happen to us. External things happen to us. Negative things, of course, happen to us. So sometimes everything is going great and we still suffer. Right? There's still some worry there. I mean, like sometimes we get what we wanted for so long, we have it, but then we worry we lose it. So even though everything is fine, we're still, experiencing problems. But of course, sometimes things happen to us that are really negative, and we really suffer. We get sick and so forth. So then, from a Buddhist point of view, it totally depends on the mind. So one can actually remove the afflictions that we experience, on a daily basis, or at least reduce them. And even when something horrific happens, we just slide through it. We're able to actually use it as a type of practice. So therefore, the external is important, but most important is the mind. So it's important to look inwards. And when we say there are problems and difficulties, they all come from the mind. Because there are people, definitely some highly advanced, of course, lamas. There are even Buddhas around us. Not obvious to us, but they're definitely around. So these beings, they don't experience those sufferings. And horrific things may happen to them, and they still don't experience suffering. I mean, they may manifest. We talk about like a Buddha may manifest kind of sickness, for example. But for them experiencing that, it's only for us to learn. So they're like great examples how they can deal with these situations. So for us ordinary beings, yes, it kind of pulls us down and we get depressed and unhappy. So what I'd like to speak about today is about the different afflictive emotions that arise as the result of, well, maybe external things that are negative, but maybe just without any negativity that comes from the outside. So I'd like to talk about them so we understand them better. And just as yesterday, I would like you to take on this attitude that the Buddha has actually advised people to take on, which is be very critical and analyze everything that you hear. So do not accept anything, but always in the back of your mind, try to find some inconsistency. Try to see how what I say, try to find something that does not fit with your own experience. Try to find that. Then you have the right kind of attitude. Always examining. Does that make sense in my case? What is my experience? Don't take it just intellectually. Right? Don't think of just your neighbor, how your neighbor's anger and so forth. No. Our own anger, our own, whichever emotion I talk about. Does that make sense? Because even though what's most important and what it comes down to is removing the misperception that lies at the root of everything, misperception of reality, which I will talk about later on. But in the meantime, it's important to reduce the other emotional states that arise as a result of the misperception. Because if we don't remove those, at least, well, sorry, not remove, but decrease, if we don't decrease and kind of weaken those states, it's very difficult to generate the kind of wisdom we need that understands reality. And what's the first step to weakening them, reducing them? What's the first step? The first step is to recognize them, of course. So look at our own mind and recognize our own afflictions. And that takes courage and acceptance. So acceptance in the sense of like, just looking at your own mind as if you were a third person. And with that kind of curiosity. Oh, I'd be curious. Okay. So maybe bring to mind a situation when you got angry in the past. Bring to mind a situation when you get ordinarily angry. Right? Those kind of situations. So I would like you to do that. Just when I talk about a certain affliction, anything in the past. And so what it is actually, it's such a complicated psychological chain of events. So when something external usually happens, or maybe internal, there's some trigger for a certain emotion. And then how it develops, how it goes, and how then it leads us on to engage in all sorts of actions. That's very important to recognize. And it's hard because there are coarser types of afflictions and subtler ones. And therefore, the Buddha described how these take place. So I like to speak about them a little bit to make it easier to identify them. So, actually there's a great problem or great difficulty with the vocabulary. Vocabulary is always challenging. So one of the first things we learned when I first started studying, well, Buddhist psychology or Buddhist philosophy, whatever you want to call it. So when I first studied these Buddhist concepts in detail, and we studied it by way of debating them. So our teachers we had a scripture, a certain text we used, and our teacher would spend an hour and a half every day, not much longer, explaining us a certain passage, and then we had to discuss it. 4 hours every day. 4 hours of debate with one another. 2 hours in the afternoon, 2 hours at night. Just going back and forth and discussing it. So I want to bring forth this kind of discussion, but first I'll say a few things and then hopefully we'll have a discussion, because I want you to have that same experience. And that's most important. And you need to, of course, do it while we're sitting here. That's also how we were trained. We were trained to a degree that we'd listen to our teacher, but our mind was running the whole time. Doesn't make sense. Is that consistent? Okay. And so one of the first steps was to first put forth the vocabulary. Because if I discuss something with you, a certain term, a certain concept, if we don't agree on what the word means, we can't really discuss it. I mean, my favorite example is when people ask, is Buddhism a religion or not? Well, let's first define what a religion means. Because if we define it differently, we may both agree that Buddhism is a religion, but still one says yes, it is, and the other one says it isn't. Just because we would define it differently. Right? Okay. So, therefore, the study that I did is sometimes also called the study of definition. Study of tseni. Tseni. So sometimes when we speak, we say, oh, are you studying tseni? Yeah, I study tseni, which means I study definitions. So the first definition here, if I talk about emotions, well, what are emotions? And that's difficult because in Tibetan, there is no word as such. I mean, well, there is a word, but it's differently used than in Tibetan, as in English, the word emotion. So I'm using the English word, but in Tibetan, there's like the idea of mind, the idea of consciousness, first of all. That is like the blanket term, the overarching kind of term, consciousness. Now that is difficult to define. But it's only difficult to define because in everyday life, we don't actually look at our own mind. So it's kind of like if there's something that you've never really paid attention to, then to explain it is difficult. Whereas if I try to explain what a table is, that's easy. We see tables all the time. We pay attention to them. We use them. We're very much aware of them. So then defining a table is much easier. But if I talk about the mind, unless we really start looking at the mind, it's kind of hard. So the definition of the mind that's given, of any kind of mental state, any kind of consciousness or awareness. So these words are used interchangeably. Mind, consciousness, and awareness. Mind, consciousness, awareness. Consciousness, it means we're conscious. Awareness means we're aware. Mind just means mind. Okay? And the thing is, there are different types of mind. There's said to be 6 of them. Okay? 5 sense consciousnesses and 1 mental consciousness. So of those, the mental consciousness is the hardest to understand. The 5 sense consciousnesses, I think we're all familiar with those. There's the eye consciousness, which perceives shapes and colors. And that's it, it perceives shapes and colors. It cannot think, it cannot reflect, it cannot analyze. It's just a perceiver. It still perceives things, it knows things. However, there's no conceptual kind of analysis. Then you have the nose consciousness, right? No, the ear consciousness, sorry. There's the ear consciousness, which perceives sounds. And then there's the nose consciousness perceives smell. Nose consciousness perceives smell. The tongue consciousness perceiving taste. And the body consciousness perceiving tangible objects, such as heat, cold, touch, smoothness, roughness. Okay. So that's what they can perceive. So these are they're our looking glass into the world, if you like. They allow us to perceive the 5 sense objects around us. But most important is the mental consciousness, because that's the one that's always there, constantly chattering, right? Constantly talking to us in a way, or us kind of basically thinking different thoughts, the things we see. It's rapid actually. So that's why also it's hard to identify because it's so quick. So sometimes when people start meditating, and they're very effective meditations, either one concentrates just on the breathing, or one tries to concentrate on the mind itself, people have the experience, oh my God, I'm thinking so much more than usual. No, as you become aware of a constant train of thoughts, one leading to the next, one leading to the next. There's this constant kind of chatter, constant movement, never stand still. And actually, the word unconscious seems to imply there are times when we're not conscious, and we're always conscious. From a Buddhist point of view, even when we're asleep, there is consciousness, but the mind that is usually active while we're awake is very coarse. It's very coarse. That's the mind we can use, we can utilize, we can actually control to some degree. We can choose to think about one thing and not about something else. But when we go to sleep, during states of unconsciousness, the mind gets subtler, and it still has objects. It may just focus on nothingness, but there's always consciousness. And even when we die, there's consciousness, right? It's there, its awareness is there. But since it's subtler, when we awake, when the coarser mind arises again, we cannot recollect it. So it's only a matter of, we were conscious even at night, but we don't remember in the morning. There's a subtle time, a very subtle mind that arises during deep sleep, that we have great difficulty. I mean, we wouldn't be able to remember. Some dream states, when they're coarser, we can actually remember, but not for too long. It's like you just wake up, you remember the dream. Unless you think about it for a few moments, if you then think of something else, and if instead you think of something else, you forget. So it shows there's actually something, but the two have difficulty kind of tapping into one another. So the coarser mind, very hard to understand what's happening during those subtler moments, but we're always conscious. That's very important. So therefore, the one thing that is always with us is the mental consciousness. Because from a Buddhist point of view, even when we die, it doesn't go out of existence. It continues on to the next life and the next life. And as I said yesterday, for those of you who find that idea difficult, just think of it, there's a 50% chance that there is future lives. 50% chance there isn't. I don't think we can prove one or the other, like incontrovertibly. It's very difficult to do that. So therefore, if you just take that possibility, okay, let's assume today that consciousness goes on. Because no one has been able to disprove it. Of course, no one has been able to actually prove it too. All right. So if that's the case, then our mind continues to the next life. It's always there. It's the one thing that's always with us, but it's the one thing we know so little about. Isn't that interesting? Our mind is always with us, but it's one of the least understood things. Why? Because we're usually preoccupied with things outside of ourselves. I mean, from morning to evening. Morning, shower, brush your teeth, have a coffee, then the schedule. If you have kids, you kind of need to look after them, make their breakfast, prepare their breakfast. Then your partner, maybe prepare their breakfast or help them or whatever. Then, you go to work. So it's always like external things. So there's not much time, well there is actually, but we're not habituated to looking at our own mind while we're doing things. It's always external things. So we don't actually understand our own mind. So no wonder we suffer. I mean, even on a daily basis, not understanding what's really going on inside, and then these problems and difficulties arise, and we don't know what's going on. It's like we have very little control oftentimes. Our mind controls us. So sadness arises, problems, worries, self-loathing, the whole kind of range of different emotions arise. And that's very difficult. And especially in the 21st century, there's a lot of mental suffering. And of course, we're very fortunate because there's some incredible therapists, psychotherapists who can help us. Definitely. And if that is needed, by all means, one should seek out those techniques that they have to offer. But maybe there's also a way in Buddhism in which we can start looking inwards and understand better. And often what psychiatrists do, I hope I use the right word, psychotherapists, psychologists, I never really know who does what you call the shrink. So, when you go to see someone like a shrink, usually you talk about your experiences, so they help you to look at your own experiences, at your own mind, basically. So how do you feel? How does it make you feel? So you talk about that. Then when you talk about it, it becomes clear. Okay, that's a great method, wonderful method. So the Buddhist practice is maybe not so much about talking about it, though you can do that. I mean, we do it when we debate, for example. We actually talk about our own experiences in that moment. May not call it such, but that's what we do, and then debate it and discuss it. Or we just, during like during contemplation, during meditation, you look at your own mind, right? So you get to understand, you know, all these different patterns. And when you start understanding those, you see what makes us suffer. You see where it comes from. And then you can make changes. And it's the emotional states that are the problem. But not all emotional states. Because, well, there's awareness, there's consciousness, and at times there are wonderful emotions present. Emotions of happiness, right? And emotional states of happiness, emotional states of love and compassion. Those are the ones we want to develop further. They have the potential to grow. Those we want to develop further. And they make us feel good, don't they? When we have sincere love in our heart, we feel really good. When we're generous, not just with material things, but with our time, with our advice, we feel good. So that is said to be the natural state. That's the state that we should be in, which gives us a lot of happiness. But unfortunately, there are other emotional states. There are other emotional states which only when they arise, just when they arise, they make us unhappy. You know, forget about the things we do out of those and then the future suffering that arises. No, the moment these negative emotional states arise, peace of mind, gone. For the time being, not there anymore. But there's again two types of emotional states. Those which are only harmful when they arise, and those which are harmful not only when they arise, but also in the future. So the ones that arise, that just arise, but okay, you know, we don't want them, they don't make us feel good, but usually they don't make us do all sorts of negative things. So examples are having fear, having worry, having sadness, depression. Of course, out of depression we could then get angry into other, but not necessarily. So these are the states, we don't want them, we don't like them, but you know, just sitting there and worrying, right? It's not going to get us to hit our neighbor or something, not necessarily. Or just sitting there being sad. We may just curl up in bed and just feel sad and depressed. Well, it doesn't mean that we, you know, would do something now and start screaming at someone or, yeah, other things. Of course, attachment and anger could always arise, but they themselves are not said to be as harmful as the other negative states, which usually make us act. Okay? Negative states such as anger, hatred, aggression, attachment, lust. I mean, attachment has different levels. And as I said last night, attachment, the term attachment can also mean something positive, but I'm not talking about the positive type of attachment. Like when in psychology they talk about a mother and a child bonding. That's a good kind of attachment. That's like this love, that closeness that needs to develop between mother and child. There's no problem with that. So that is a good type. But here I'm talking about an attachment that is not in accordance with reality. In other words, which doesn't, the object of that mind does not accord with reality. So I'll discuss that. Okay. So those are the states: jealousy, arrogance, hatred, anger, resentment. And especially with anger, it's very interesting. I've definitely met people who said, I never get angry. But I think sometimes, and it may of course be true that they never experience any anger, but anger is again a word that needs to be carefully defined, because anger doesn't mean you get a red head and you start steaming and you want to just kind of hit someone. It can just be that little bit of irritation or resentment. That's also called a type of anger, or subtler type, right? I mean, someone next to you burps and you go, bloody hell. No, I mean, whatever, right? Like, what are you doing? So just that feeling of like, you know, don't really want to punch them, but just feel, that's a type of anger. Yeah, that's an emotional state. And that's much harder to recognize, much harder in that moment to, I mean, it comes and goes, it's so quick, we don't necessarily remember it later on. Okay. And then, of course, attachment. Certain types of, ooh, can't be without this, can't be without that. Sometimes it's very pronounced. Yesterday I told you the funny story of the lady who wanted to kill the rocket scientist who sat down in her car to kill her rival, who she expected, she thought her husband or her lover had an affair with that woman. And out of her strong attachment and jealousy, She got into the car, she drove from one coast to the other and put on diapers so she didn't have to go to the toilet. I know, it's such a funny story. And I don't think there's anyone in the room who's ever done that. But we do other things, kind of funny things, out of strong attachment. You know, we do things that are embarrassing. We don't want anyone to know. Okay, so sometimes those incredibly kind of embarrassing actions result out of this attachment. But it doesn't have to be. There's subtler types in everyday kind of life. This attachment. And very difficult to let go. So these are the emotional states that are said to be harmful. These are harmful. They're harmful because it doesn't just stop there. It's not like they just arise and then we have a cup of tea and end of story. No, they then bring forth these, like mental consciousness then starts, you know, running wild possibly, or if not wild, at least it, you know, makes us do things, all sorts of things that are usually harmful for ourselves and others. Even actions that are seem positive, they're mixed with this kind of affliction, and therefore they're not purely positive, and they lead to a happiness that is not purely happiness. So most of our actions, if not all actions, somehow mixed with at least attachment to the self. That's always there, attachment to I, which of course comes to misunderstanding, comes down to misunderstanding how the I exists. That lies at the root of everything. And we will discuss that later. But from misperceiving the I, there's this I'm the center of the universe. I, me and mine. And that's how I feel. Honestly, my heart of hearts, when it comes down to, it's me. It's my happiness over everyone else's. When it comes down to it, I can be, you know, relaxed and can be, you know, kind and so forth. But, when it comes down. And we should not underestimate that kind of attachment to the self. It's very profound. It's very profound, and we should not, and this is sometimes we have a tendency, I just want to be altruistic now. I'm going to be altruistic from now on. I'll just ignore that self-cherishing, that kind of self-centered attitude. I must be a bodhisattva now. I'll be this compassionate person. Usually what results from that kind of great determination in a way, but it's too forced, and it doesn't take into consideration the force of the self-attachment, you get to the rubber band effect. I call it the rubber band effect. We go very strongly, you stretch it, and you go very strongly the other side. And you see, I've seen it again and again in Dharamsala. Because you have practitioners there, you know, they go into retreat. And like, I just don't want to be anywhere. You know, I've got enough of that self-cherishing. I go into this retreat, and they meditate. And they got so uptight. And then they come to a teaching with His Holiness. And they start these fights, you know, this is my seat, this is not. And it's just, you know, it's just the rubber band effect. I mean, they're good people, they tried their best, but they just tried too hard. And they just went from one extreme, you know, like, boom, the other way. So that's not skillful. Skillful, I think what's important, and most important, and this is why Tibetans are very good at that, because they're naturally very relaxed, very accepting. Actually, Tibetans are very bad at being stressed out. They don't like being stressed out. They're not good at being stressed out. So, you know, when they're in Dharamsala, miss the bus, all right, take the next bus, let's have some tea. So that's a great attitude. It's kind of just relax. Yeah. Okay, so let's look at the situation. Let's try and understand it. Okay. Instead of, why? Because it's so deep-rooted. Our attachment to the self is so deep-rooted, and we should not underestimate it. We should work with it and not against it. So even though you may hear things in Buddhism like altruism, that sacrifice the self, but that's on a very advanced level. When you first start, you're trying to work with the self-grasping mind. Why? Because it tells us, the scriptures tells us, oh, if I'm kind, I'll be happier. If I'm a kind and compassionate person, I will experience happiness. Or as it said, if you are compassionate and kind to others, we will experience happiness. Or if you create positive actions, you will create happiness in the future. That's like the promise. That's what we start off with. And that's good. We need that. Because we cannot underestimate the attachment to the self where, you know, it's necessary. I want that happiness. Highly advanced practitioners, they would suffer for the benefit of others. They would be happy to just, whatever. The result is, if I can help someone, if I can benefit others, fine. But let's just be honest and start where we are. I'm not on that level. No way. Oh, I just suffer for everyone. No way. Sorry. No, need my portion of happiness. So therefore, these promises, you know, I work with my selfish mind. And it's like as Holmes the Dalai Lama says, being selfish, at least let's be wisely selfish. Because we want happiness, but we do the things that actually bring us suffering. We're unwisely selfish. So not only do we want happiness and we crave it and we want so much for the I, but we don't know how to do it. So the first step is, if we want more happiness, let's give that happiness in a constructive way by being kind and compassionate. So you work with the self-cherishing. That's very important. So let's not ignore it. Let's acknowledge it. Let's accept it. Okay, it's there. I've got work to do, but wonderful. Let's first look at it. Okay, so we self-attachment to the I. Okay. And understand it goes very deep. So I usually, one of the moments that helped me to understand how deep it goes, and nothing to do with my own experience, I watched others. Some years ago there was some parade, what's it called? There was like a kind of a get-together in Germany of like this kind of music. What is it called, that music? Kind of electrical music or something? No, I don't know. Where people dance and they take stuff and, yeah, anyway, it was a rave party or something. Anyway, so that was happening. And lots of people came together at that one place. And one of the exits, many of the exits were closed, and there was only one exit, and they had to go through a tunnel. And there was a stampede. And a lot of young people got killed, terribly. I mean, they were squeezed to death. I don't know I forget how many there were, but it was on the news all over, and I happened to be in Germany at that time. I saw it on the news. And the one part that I never forget is where people, at that time they had already cell phones, so they took videos of the stampede, or like the situation in the tunnel. And there you had people out of desperation, just trying to get out. And I'm sure in a different situation they wouldn't have done that. But in that moment they just wanted to get out. There was this panic. And they're trying to, and they crawled over other people, and in that process other people died. But when I watched those scenes, they were so desperate that I thought, I would have done that. I have that kind of very deep sense of attachment to the I. I would have done that. Sometimes it's almost like unconscious, almost like subconscious. You just want to get out in that moment of survival. And that gave me a good sense of the strength of that subconscious, attachment. It goes so deep. It goes so deep that at times when it's your survival or someone else, we may choose our own. Depending on the situation, depends on how clear we can think. So this is how strong this is. And I like to warn people, let's just work with it and not ignore it. Okay. But then let's look at the other kind of emotions that arise from that. So far I've just talked about the attachment to the self. Seeing the I, my I, as more important, and therefore my happiness and that which is mine as more precious and more important than everyone else's. And I think we can all agree that we feel that way. Would you all agree? That we all, okay. And that's just natural. The way we are right now, we should just accept that. That's the way it is. Okay. But from there, these other negative emotions that I mentioned, so not the ones that make us suffer in the moment. And we should look at those too. But they're not the most dangerous ones. The most dangerous ones are the ones that make us do negative things in the future. So let's look at those. Let's look at anger, for example. What is anger? So, as I said early on, the way I'd like to go about this, how long is the session? It goes until 12?
12.
Yeah. Okay, so the way I like to go about this is I explain first raw anger, how it's described, but please try to see whether you can identify it according to your own experience. Right? It's a bit like I show you a mushy kind of picture, and then I explain you what you see. And if that's really what is there, then you start identifying the things there. Right now it's hazy in our mind. And I said a little bit about this yesterday, but I'll speak about it again. Okay, so when someone says something, what is the process? Let's just look at the process. It's very interesting. When someone, usually, I mean, I don't think we get beaten up a lot. I don't think it happens. I mean, when we were small, that happened more, that we were actually physically beaten up. But the things that make us unhappy nowadays or make us angry is usually when someone says something. It's usually words. And despite the saying, which is a very beautiful saying, sticks and stones can break your bones, but words can do no harm. It doesn't feel that way. It feels often like sticks or stones mean much better than those words. Okay. So let's look at this process. What happens? Someone says something. And actually first we hear the words, and there's no reaction initially, is there? It's just words. It's like for a few seconds, and then I go, wow. I mean, maybe they said, I don't know, I was a horrible person and I steal things or whatever, or, you know, I'm just a total selfish cow, right? Someone says that. And I've actually been kind to that person. Okay. So my mind starts working. So they just said that to me. They just said that to me. Why did they say that to me? Of course, if they said it to someone else, there'd not be a problem, but they said that to me. And then in my mind, these words become bigger and bigger and bigger, right? And if I've done something wonderful to help that person, I've helped them, then that comes, well, you know, they should be grateful. You know, the things I've done for them. So that comes into play. So the mind first analyzes, right? This analysis taking place. So what's analysis there? Whether it's totally accordance with the reality, that's a different matter. So before the emotional sets in, there's first an analysis, right? Okay? So our rational mind, that is the rational part of our mind. It's not the emotional part. So you could actually divide the mind into the rational part, the one that analyzes and thinks, and not that it's always in accordance with reality. That's not what we're saying. But it's still kind of thinking and reflecting. And then there's the emotional mind. So these are the two states of mind, the rational and the emotional. So first the rational sets in, what they said, how they said this. And on top of that, they were actually not on time yesterday, and they did that. They didn't take out the garbage, or, you know, whatever. Okay, so. And then what happens? Emotion arises. What is the emotion? It's anger. So the anger is a state of mind, and it has an object. What is the object? It's the other person, right? It's what they've said. It changes, you know, it's what they said, it's the other person. It's things they've done in the past. So these become our objects. And these objects, the objects of the mind, they are not in accordance with reality, because we do not perceive the person we're angry with the way they are, with their negative and their positive qualities. In that moment, it's totally exaggerating the negative. We cannot see the positive, because when we do, the anger goes. And this is not something the Buddha made up, or it's something that is unique to Buddhism, because His Holiness the Dalai Lama, during many teachings, he talks about this psychotherapist, or I don't know what he actually did, but I think his name was Aaron Beckman. Aaron Beck. Anyway, so he was someone who His Holiness spent a lot of time talking about psychology with, and His Holiness the Dalai Lama keeps quoting him. I think he passed away. He has already passed away, this man, Aaron Beck. But he says that modern psychology has found that when anger arises, 90% of what it perceives is a projection of what is actually there. 90%. There's very little reality left there. 90% is totally projecting what's actually there. And that is totally in accordance with what the Buddha says, that we exaggerate. In that moment when anger arises, we totally exaggerate. So the negativity, the negative words, they become much bigger than they actually are. Does that ring a bell? In that moment. And not only do we exaggerate, then there is the wish to harm. Then there is the wish to, this kind of emotional state of just wanting to harm. And do we feel good in that moment? Absolutely not. Because that's just the nature of our mind. When this kind of negative force of like wanting to be separate, or this out of this misperception of reality, that exaggerating what's there, exaggerating the negativity, peace of mind is gone. But it doesn't stop there, unfortunately. Then we say things motivated by that. Depending on how strong the anger is. If it's not that strong, we may just sit with it and boil. We may even try to suppress it. If we were a Buddhist practitioner, We want to be Buddhist practitioners and we're not good at, I mean, we are not that skillful with dealing with the anger, we may end up suppressing it. Very dangerous. Suppressing anger, I think we're all aware of the danger of that. So just, try to, I want to be a Bodhisattva. So very dangerous. Pressure cooker effect, rubber band effect, whatever you want to call it. So dangerous for those reasons. Or we may actually act on it. It goes stronger and stronger and stronger. It's our mind that makes it stronger. First they were just these words. They were just words. Right? And what do we do with them? They take on their own reality. They become negative. They're not intrinsic. They're just words, sentences. And we listen to them, but then we transform them into something intrinsically, negatively, objectively bad. Right? We call them bad. First we call them such. We give them the name. Oh, it's negative. But then they take on their own kind of existence of negativity. Right? Okay. And then it's almost like there's a dark cloud. These words that were said that really hurt us. Suddenly it's like this dark cloud is pressing us down. Have you had that experience? The whole day, sky is blue, but not really. Right? There's this cloud we carry around. And sometimes we forget about it. Right? We're like happy. And suddenly like, there's something wrong today, there's something wrong. Oh! Right? We all had that experience of this. It's all just created in the mind, basically. It's interesting how the mind made it bigger and bigger and bigger, right? And our anger at that person's there. Now maybe we look for revenge. Say something bad, even worse. Something worse than that. Or to get back at them. And usually the worst kind of anger we don't experience towards the bus driver who we don't know. Or, a salesperson, or, someone. It's the people we're the closest to. We can be the meanest, we can be the most aggressive towards our loved ones. Isn't that interesting? Because with them we feel safe. And nonetheless, their hurt is much worse. It really means something to us. So they're not to do that. They're not to talk to us in that way. So that is, and much stronger anger arises. And then we lash out and we say things that we terribly, we'd regret later on. But we do it. We say those things, we do those things. And that, as a result, results in future suffering from a karma point of view. From a point of view of like actions having results. Any action we engage in, it creates an energy, it creates something in our mind, and nothing gets lost. It leaves what's called a residue or an imprint in our mind. And that ripens in future, unhappiness already right now, and there's already unhappiness while the state of mind is there, but it also leaves some imprint which ripens sometime in the future, and it can be thousands and thousands of years from now on. When the circumstances come together for that karmic imprint to ripen, then it'll ripen. So it makes us suffer right now, it makes us suffer sometime in the future, and it destroys our relationship, or at least causes trouble. So that is the problem. It's not what the other person says. That's not the problem. It's just a trigger. It's a trigger. It's a minor cooperative condition. But the main cause goes back to our own mind, what we do with it. So understanding that and identifying that, that's the only way of working with it. All right, what are these triggers? It's important to understand those triggers. Right? And what do I do with them? Why do I think it's so bad? So many beautiful techniques of just looking at the situation, first identifying it. And sometimes one very effective way of reducing the anger while it's there is to look at the anger. Instead of looking at the object, usually our attention is focused towards the person. But instead of focusing on the person, focus on your own anger. And then before you know, it's gone. That's a very effective way to get it out of the way. But what are other effective ways? Other effective ways are to use analysis again. Use analysis. And this is where the whole study that we did, for example, all this is supposed to be a type of analytical meditation. So people, especially in the West, but also in the Tibetan society, there's sometimes this view, all that study and all that debate and all that thinking, That can be such an obstacle. That is such an obstacle. Can be is a different way of saying that, but it is definitely a great obstacle. Because we need to just sit down and meditate. Okay? But what is meditation? There are two types actually. There's the one type of just focusing the mind, being focused, being concentrated, being mindful, just being in the moment. Very, very important. This kind of meditation, especially the focusing the mind on just the breathing, for example, focus just on the image of a Buddha, for example. Those kind of stabilizing meditations are best done in a room or in a place where it's quiet, where you're not disturbed, where there are not a lot of inputs like sounds and stuff. Those are done better in those situations. But they don't have to be. You can also be very mindful while driving. Just be mindful of the movements in your body. You can be mindful while eating. Just be in the moment without planning the future and reflecting on what happened in the past. Just being in the moment. So you can do that anywhere. So no excuses. Can't find a small quiet place. Can't find the right cushion. Can't sit cross-legged. Don't have to. I mean, Tibetans only sit cross-legged because they didn't really have chairs. You know, in India it was also, you sat on the floor, it was hot. So you sit on the floor, it was cooler, you sit cross-legged. And then it's easy with cross-legged, it's easy to keep your spine straight. And that's most important. Because when you're sluggish, you get sleepy. And therefore it's harder to concentrate. But you can meditate just as fine as the way you're sitting there right now. Just make sure your back is straight. That's most important. You don't need to be cross-legged at all. In fact, I'm thinking I'm probably doing a lot of damage to my knees because of that strain all the time. And a lot of elder Tibetans have knee problems. Right? So I try to oftentimes sit on the chair just to not put so much strain on my knees. Okay. So, therefore, it's important to be in the moment for that, and that's the most important part, to be focused, to be in the moment. But that's not the only meditation. That's by far not enough. There's another seat right here. I don't know how many seats are empty. There's one right there. So that is an important meditation, absolutely important, essential, but not the only meditation. So we have to also use what is called analytical meditation. Why? Because right now we have these emotional states that arise again and again. Anger, attachment, of course the misperception of reality in itself, and they can only be counteracted by analysis, by looking at how phenomena really exist. Okay? For example, with the anger, if we just watch the anger, I mean, we can learn something from it, definitely. But now we need to overcome it. We need to replace it with something else. And that we can do with analysis. And a lot of the study we do, it just depends on the person. It just depends on the person. Of course, you could just take it as an intellectual game and just enjoy the debate and just, debate and love doing that. And it never changes the person. Of course, but you can have people who do 3-year retreats. They're great with the Dorje bell and they can do all these fancy movements. But they come out after 3 years, haven't changed a bit. So the whole point of meditation is to change. Is to really change. Reduce our negative tendencies. Reduce them. How do we do that? Well, first, intellectually thinking about it, because that's what we do with any emotion, with anger. First there's thought, there's reflection. What did they say? What did they do? We intellectually reflect on what the person has said or done, and then the emotion arises. And then things really happen. So they work with one another, the rational and the emotional. And if the rational is off, right? Oh, they do this to me, they harm me, I was so wonderful to them. They're just negative and I should really get back at them. I should teach them a lesson. That's rational, kind of. And it brings it to an emotional level. So now we use rational and also bring it to an emotional level. But this time the rational is in accordance with reality. And the emotions are constructive emotions instead of destructive emotions. So this is what meditation, analytical meditation is all about. You reflect on something and you can do it right now. And when we debate it, our teachers would tell us, look at it as a meditation. What you reflect on, see it as a personal instruction to your own life. Right? What does that have to do with me? Am I doing this? Am I not doing this? How does my mind react in those situations? Always take it to the heart. And then it's much easier to change. So meditations are actually structured in that way. You analyze, and then you try to take it to an emotional level. You're asked to just focus on the emotion that arises. You've analyzed, for example, the disadvantages of anger, right? That's one of the initial meditations. Do I feel good when I feel angry? Am I in accordance with reality? Is this really what's happened when they say such and such, when I make it bigger and bigger and I carry around that dark cloud with me of the words that was person said? Am I really rational and in accordance with reality? Or am I just blowing up the situation? And is my attachment to the self the one that tells me, oh, this person is bad and, want me to take revenge, for example? And then thinking about it, you come to some kind of conclusion. No, I don't want this, right? And you let that sink in. Let it go to an emotional level. And then next time, when this similar situation arises, then instead of getting angry right away, you may get angry 2 seconds later. Wow, that's an improvement. That's a whole 2 seconds, right? Yeah. So it's small. It's not easy to change the mind because habits are strong. So to undo them is difficult. But through this analysis and bringing that to an emotional level, one can change. So, but the first step, as I just said, is identifying the anger. For example, let's take the anger, the resentment, the kind of just irritability, the irritation in that moment when someone does something. So, am I really seeing what is there? And also, when this person does something that annoys me, well, why do they do that? To put yourself into another person's shoe, I find that very effective. So that's one of the things that they don't say put yourself into the other person's shoe. There's another word. It's like you exchange yourself for the other person. And that's a very advanced thing, but we can, on a certain level, we can all do it. Right? Oftentimes we just see our own standpoint. Right? We see, I don't think that's good. And therefore, it's not okay for that person to do that. We get annoyed with people because that's our standpoint. But when we put ourselves into another person, we can never really understand what they think, but we can get some sense. It's always like you can kind of put yourself a little bit into that person, think, how would I feel? And then it's much easier to understand them. And usually with our spouses or with the people we're closest to, we know a lot about them. We have a sense how they think, how they feel. But we choose to ignore it, possibly. Right? So when we have an argument with another person, we just see our own standpoint. And when you watch an argument between two people, you can actually see how everyone just holds on to their standpoint. And I've seen it on TV sometimes when there's like a psychotherapist, like a couple counselor. And they oftentimes do exactly that. How do you think the other person feels? Try to describe that. And then they sit down and they understand. Oh, and there's that kind of like, aha. That aha, because that's not what you do in certain situations. It's just our own standpoint. We don't put ourselves into the other person's shoe. But when the counselor asks, describe what the other person thinks, then they have to put themselves into their shoe. And then describe it and suddenly understand. Oh, that's how they feel about it. Oh, no wonder. And suddenly understanding takes place. Just as we understand our own standpoint, because we know how we feel, when we start understanding the other person, then it makes sense what they say and what they do, and we can be more forgiving. So this is a great method to bring more harmony and to reduce anger, to put yourself into the other person's shoe. And compassion arises naturally, usually. What is compassion? The wish for another person to be free from suffering, or to be free from problems. So I think a classic example is, like in a situation where there's someone who does something horrific. Let's say someone goes out and steals and robs banks and not just banks, but pops and moms. What do you call this? Pops and moms stores? What do they call it?
Mom and pop.
Mom and pop stores. Goes out, these sweet little stores, with the sweet little mom and pop, I guess, right? And then, robs those places. Okay. And it's like, wow, anger, how dare they? They should be locked up and they should be put away and, right? And there's definitely that anger and resentment. And then let's say we see the life story of that person. We see what they went through. from little children. I mean, oftentimes there is abuse and there is difficulty, and maybe they were abused, their parents are alcoholics, drug addicts, they were grown up in an area where there's gang activity, and I mean, I don't need to talk about all the details, but you imagine you see their life, and suddenly you know how they got there. And then you really understand. It's like you can feel for them. Wow, this must be so hard. This must be so difficult. And there's the anger gone. You really feel for them, right? And you wish there would be a difference. You really want to do something. You see, this is really what we're like. When we break that boundary between just seeing our own standpoint, we put ourselves into the other person. We're actually breaking that I and others kind of dualism in that moment. By not just seeing I, looking at the other person, and it's almost like you become them, right? And you go through their life, and you don't understand exactly, but you can get a good sense. If I had gone through that, I would probably be like that too. That's compassion. Usually we just do that with ourselves. We understand our own story, our own suffering. We feel very bad about, we feel a lot of compassion for ourselves, which is great. We want to be free from suffering. But we only do it with ourselves, not necessarily with others, or only with the ones we like. Our friends, they share their stories, we understand them. We would do anything to help them. But it's just a matter of this closeness, therefore we put ourselves into their shoes, but we can do it with anyone. And of course, when we are when we have a problem with our spouses, in the situations when they arise, in that moment, we don't put ourselves into their shoes. So you see how we can actually reduce the anger by first looking at the anger when it arises. Already then it's on the way out. Then there are other antidotes, but those you cannot apply in the moment of the anger. Why? Because the anger is too strong. But before the anger arises, because we know what triggers the anger, to think about, well, how do I feel? How do I feel when I get angry? Does this really help the situation? What is it going to be? What is it going to be that they say? There's usually a trigger, certain words. It's interesting also with couples when they fight. If you kind of you watch them, always very similar things come up. Similar things, similar sentences that are spoken, similar situations that are discussed. Yeah? So, that's the trigger. I know that's the trigger. Okay, imagine this is going to happen. Well, how about this time I reacted differently? How about this time I say, all right, let's just talk about it. Let's just see how we can solve this, And in your mind, you go through this. You imagine this, right? Well, first, actually, before that, you come to understand it's a deadline. It's a dead end. It's a dead end. Every time we discuss this, every time it never solves the situation, and actually, it leaves imprints or it leaves tendencies in the mind that it just gets worse. This is the problem with relationships nowadays. It starts off with a little fight, and the next time it's a little stronger. And the most horrific things we wouldn't have said the first time, we now say the third time or the fourth time. And it gets stronger and stronger and stronger. It's just, the anger builds up. And before we know, there's a divorce.
And what about just letting the anger dissolve? Because you see, if you start to use antidotes, sometimes it actually can fuel the mental process.
Okay, good point.
And I'll just give a quick example.
Yeah.
If I use an antidote for my anger, sometimes the mind wants to engage in that discussion and can get into. So I've been reviewing different ways. There's lots of ways to deal with this. You're talking about one from the sutras, but this method of just letting it dissolve.
How do you do that, then?
You understand that it just the same way that it arose. It arose from nothing, from just the kind of causes and conditions produced it,
right.
And the same causes and conditions can subside. And so it's just an awareness that there really is nothing there. And so it's just the same way that when you're standing at the ocean and you're watching the waves lap onto the shore, you don't have to do anything. Just there are causes and conditions that have led those waves to lap onto the shore. We could try to, make the sand higher so that the waves don't. We could try to do things, but in the end, there really is nothing to do.
Well, wait a minute. if you change the causes and conditions of the wave, how about getting rid of the wave? If it's a negative wave, if it's a destructive wave, I mean, saying, all right, I mean, I can see, I do not disagree with you, but I'm just trained to debate.
Yeah,
So, so, if you say, all right, they're just causes and conditions and we can't do anything, I would argue, well, they're causes and conditions for the anger, well, maybe we can reduce or weaken the causes and conditions so the anger doesn't arise in the first place.
Sure, if you can do that, so if the anger doesn't arise, if you can get to the point where the anger doesn't arise in the first place.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Then that's obviously the first prize, but sometimes the anger just arises.
Good, that's true.
And we're talking about that situation where, you know, before you even had a chance to even examine the situation, you're already angry. And it could be a small little trigger that has caused it.
Okay, because that's what I just said. Yeah. That's what I just said. When the anger is there to apply the antidotes, forget it. When it's there. When it's there, like your solution I think is beautiful. To kind of think of, oh, it's just a wave in the ocean and allow it to dissipate. Just watch it. Yeah. Watch the anger instead of the object.
Well, just let it, it's actually giving it permission to dissolve. Okay. Just like the way a wave comes in to the shore and then the wave recedes back out.
Yes.
We don't have to do anything. You see, that's the
well,
key.
Allow it to dissolve, that you do something there, right?
We're not doing anything, we're just allowing it to go to it's actually it's a non-action. It's just an acceptance.
Okay, it's still a verb. It's still an activity of allowing it to. So, I mean, in that sense, I would say, right? But it's not as active as in like, let's do this, let's do that, let's do that.
It's not intervening with it. It's
not intervening.
It's not engaging with it. It's just letting it dissolve back from where it came.
Okay. Did you want to say something? Sorry.
Yeah. Some things require an action.
Okay, but he's just saying, right? Okay, I agree with you.
So you can't let it dissolve. You can't let it go away. For example.
Oh, okay.
Something I'm trying to deal with. One of the reasons I'm in this class. Somebody is abusing a dog, a puppy.
Okay, all right.
I find it unacceptable. And you know, I do understand with the person where they're coming from, how they were raised, and what makes them think that's what's appropriate or how to raise a dog.
Right.
And so it makes me not. I have compassion for the person. I won't accept abuse of the dog.
Good, wonderful. Now you're bringing something else in here. This is wonderful. Discussion is actually going wider. So I want to say something to what you just said, which this idea of just letting it go. And I would say a way to do that is also not to focus on the object of the anger anymore, because that just makes us follow that situation, but to focus just on the anger itself, to just look inwards. Would you say that would be something you would help you to do?
Yeah, well,
in that moment?
if I'm focusing on the object, then I'm going to just continue to be angry.
Absolutely,
So just
let go of the object.
Just one comment. You know, there are many things that I could focus on, and even in this very moment, I could think about things that would make me angry. There are so many. There are so many things going on in the world that are upsetting to my mind.
Yes.
And so, at the end of the day, what I have to do is I have to make a decision.
Yes.
Do I want my mind to be activated in these ways?
Absolutely.
And so again, you know, sometimes it may look like people have accused me of saying, well, you're turning a blind eye to all the things in the world that are so desperately in need of attention.
Right.
And I say, with the condition of my mind that it's in currently, I cannot be of service to those people because I'm just going to bring my anger to them. And so really, you know, the work that I have to do, if I'm really going to serve the world, I have to first get I first have to produce mental state of peace and calm.
Right, absolutely. I totally agree with you. And there's a lot more that needs to be said about that. But let's just go back to just that one topic we've been discussing, the anger, right? So you're right. You're saying right now you just need to kind of put your attention away, not to get angry. And I think that's important. And that's what you were saying too, dealing with this anger at first, because that doesn't take us anywhere. And so one way when it arises would be what you just described. But even before, if it arises always at a certain time, to reflect in advance, and then it's much harder for it to arise later on. Understanding the negativity, understanding, and then when it arises, like, oh, wait a minute. I was expecting that, but it's not going to happen. So you have that space of mind. But then, of course, and this is important, because people have definitely that difficulty, and it's a very natural difficulty. When we talk about replacing anger with compassion, does that mean I become everyone's doormat? Number one. Number two, does that mean I allow abuse to take place? Very important, because compassion is only a mental state. Compassion, anger is a mental state, and compassion is a mental state. If I hold someone and pull them away, is that an angry action? Depends on the motivation. Okay? If my motivation is anger, aggression, then it becomes an angry aggression. If it's out of love for that child who's trying to run on the road, and I go, "Ruh," that's a compassionate action. So compassionate action doesn't mean it is not, the word is wrathful. Wrathful, instead of angry. It's just another word that's used to, I mean in English wrathful can also mean angry action, but it's sometimes used to get a strong action. Sometimes the word strong action is discussed or is used. So it's almost, the Lama talks about this a lot when he says, we sometimes need to do strong actions out of compassion for the dog and the abuser. Because the abuser, this abuser, I'm saying he, I don't know, he is actually harming himself by abusing another person. So they're abusing, it's like they're harming themselves. We need to stop both the victim of the abuse and the abuser. Because the victim is suffering right now, we need to do something about that. And the abuser is creating the causes to suffer in the future. So both, out of compassion for both equally. Then if a strong action is required, by all means. But that comes out of compassion and care. And it has an effect, I mean, on our children too. When both of you who have children, there's great love, and I have no doubt about this, there's incredible love for these children, wanting them to be happy. Of course, sometimes it's like, I want them to make me happy, but it's like a mixture of those, but there's also this pure love there. And so, therefore, we sometimes have to apply strong means, because otherwise we'll end up with spoiled brats that, will suffer their entire life because they always got what they wanted. Discipline, and, like discipline in the sense that, you have to do your work, you have to do this, then it's time to do such and such. It's important, and it's tough, but that comes out of compassion and love. So here, I'm only talking about the mental states. How can we replace these harmful states? What are techniques to do so? And as he has mentioned, absolutely, this kind of, if that works for you, and everyone has to find their own methods. And in my case too, there's so many different methods, and you will find one that works better for you than others. And I just tried to introduce a few of them. So the way he described them with the wave, that's beautiful. Let's just look at it like a wave. It comes and it goes. It's a bit like the impermanent nature of phenomena, to be totally in touch with that. Things come and go and come and go. And see it in that way and just let it go. But, of course, sometimes, we may feel, okay, once the anger is there, come and go doesn't work. For some people it doesn't. It's so overwhelming, we cannot let go in that moment. If that's the case, well, imagine it's going to happen tomorrow, right? And think through the whole situation, and we always have regret afterwards, right? Usually we have regret. Oh, I shouldn't have let it come to that point. I was going to know, but it happened again. I know from my own experience. Even being dressed that way, the haircut and everything. Still, I'm in the same situation. So it arises, and then afterwards I'm thinking, oh no, 5 minutes later, if I could put back time, that kind of feeling, if I could just put the time back. So then I go through this already now, and I reach the point where I think, oh, how if it hadn't happened? And then I'm like, glad, wonderful, it didn't happen. So let's see, how can I next time, when this trigger rises, actually make sure I don't go there. Yeah, and I think about it, and there's this feeling, oh right, you come to some kind of emotional state, like okay, so next time I will not react with anger, and you're determined. And that is the power of the mind. It's a bit like if you want to get up at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, if you set your mind strong enough, you will wake up. We can do that. You can wake up at the right time. not always, but depending on how important it is and how strong we set the mind, we can actually wake up at 5. I'm tempted to give you that as a homework, but since tomorrow is Sunday, I don't want you to wake up at 5. But you can actually do it if you have something important coming up. Such is the power of the mind that, likewise, in that situation, you've done the reasoning, it makes sense to you, you bring it to an emotional level, and you determine, next time I'm not going to get angry. And then what happens is you may get angry a minute later, or a second later. That's an improvement. But you don't leave it at that. You need to further that. Okay, next time again, what would be, you know, and again. Then you can, the distance gets longer and longer, right? I've also heard what the Japanese do. I also like that. Before they react, they count to 5. That's also a great one. When something happens, you determine, okay, instead of like now, I just count silently to 5. And already then, because you're kind of busy with counting, the momentum's gone. And you probably won't react with the same force. These are all different kinds of methods. Okay, there was something, yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
You were talking about how the mind and the brain kind of need each other.
Yes.
What about for people with mood or personality disorders where their brains, like when you scan them, the makeup is actually different from what's considered normal? And
yes.
How does all of this help those people? Because I know their process would probably be a lot slower to get.
Right. Very good question. Did everyone hear the question about brain kind of chemical imbalances?
Yes.
Take the chemicals that are needed to balance it. I mean, if they're there. Of course, unfortunately, I'm sure there's still certain imbalances that cannot be balanced out, but there are many that can be. So certain problems, I don't know, like maybe depression or bipolar disorder and so forth, I think they can be regulated with medication. Of course, the side effects can be great, but if that helps the person to get a more balanced and a happier kind of life, by all means. I don't have any problem with that. Of course, it's always necessary to, you know, to be careful with drugs and not to, yeah, I mean, I don't think I have to say anything.
There's a problem with it.
Pardon?
There's a big problem with those medications.
Yes, they definitely
They reduce your awareness.
Yes, I totally agree, but if it's the choice between like going totally off, you know, and possibly wanting to kill yourself, then a reduction of awareness is better than, you know, you going out and possibly killing yourself or someone else. So it's like the choice between the lesser evil. Not to say that this is not something horrific, and yes, it's terrible that this is happening, but we should also know it's impermanent. From a Buddhist point of view, you know, when we generate compassion, it's not to get, I mean, if we look at this and, oh my God, that's so depressing, but knowing it's going to change. For the person, him or herself, they're not always going to be in that situation. If maybe that's the suffering in this lifetime, but then Buddhism talks about different lifetimes. This is a little harder to take that into consideration because we think there's only this lifetime and then things go terribly wrong. But the way I look at it, and that's helped me, of course I've had my share of things that happened to me. So what's always helped me was like, it's not always going to be like that. Things will change again. So like, you warn oneself, okay, this is the situation, that's the predicament, and right now I can only choose the lesser evil, but it's not always going to be there. That's something I take ahead, even though you haven't asked about it. But that's also another way of dealing with it, to be accepting, okay, this is my situation, this is in the nature of suffering, this is samsara. I cannot expect any lasting happiness at this point. It's difficult. So therefore, to be accepting and understand, it won't last. Because sometimes the worst part is that it feels like it's always going to be like that. Yeah. So with our compassion for others, plus for ourselves in this situation, to understand that too. I think that's important.
So are you saying...
but take medication if it's possible to counteract the
But some of it, they don't have medication for. So you're saying for the instance where right now they don't have medication for it, it's just learning to accept it and accept that possibly this lifetime, this one lifetime, there's more suffering?
Oh no, I mean not just accept it as in like, okay, there's nothing I can do. I mean, not all, like Buddhism, like the techniques in Buddhism are not necessarily helpful then. You see, like some of the techniques I describe here, like think about this and start reflecting, it may just make things worse. So maybe they find something such as just breathing meditation, just relaxation, just help them to relax the mind. I don't know, it's you see, there's so many different ways of dealing with something like that. So if you're with a person who has those problems and you could advise them, you see, also sometimes there's a positive side. I mean, people who have certain problems that you just described, oftentimes they're very talented.
Yes,
they have
very creative.
Very creative.
Yeah.
You know, they know so much about, they're so perceptive towards other things. So whenever one has a problem, there's also always something positive there. And we usually choose to just see the negative and ignore the positive. But to also find that positive side. And I remember I once saw a documentary about, it was a BBC documentary, and they interviewed many of the great artists. They were all British. Fry? You're British, right? Stephen Fry?
Yeah.
Yeah, Stephen Fry, it was him, and Robin Williams, and a few other people. They all have bipolar disorders. I forget the name of them. Anyway, a beautiful documentary. And they say this is the difficulty they face, but on the other hand, they're these incredible artists. I mean, incredible singer or incredible performer. And they talk about very openly about these problems. And then in the end, they're asked, if you could remove that disease, plus the talent you have, because it goes hand in hand, would you do so? And they said no. Right? Because there was a good side to it. So the good side they didn't want to lose. So it's like you need to pick and choose. You lose the bad stuff, but you also lose the good. It comes together with it. So they had found a way to accept this, to see, okay, this is the part that sucks, or that's the part that's negative, but it has something positive. A lot of people have that. They just need to tap into that. So I think if we have some, negative, anything that's wrong with us, there's usually also something that makes us special in another way. And it's just our tendency to look at the negative and not see the positive. To look at the positive and rejoice in that. And that takes away some of the negativity.
And also our perception that it's negative.
That's so true. Exactly. Because other people tell us so. Or, see, it's a problem. I mean, we're all mad in some way. We all, in a way, we do things. I mean, mad is not a good word for it. But that's how the title of that documentary is. Glad to be mad, or something. Anyway, anyway, so the point is that, and as you were saying so beautifully, like, it's all relative, actually. I mean, if everyone was like that, we wouldn't worry about it. But certain individual kind of, when it's diagnosed already, it's like a diagnosis, and then just because someone tells you it's not normal, I mean, what's normal? Yeah, I think that's also important. And it takes us a little bit into where's the person with the economy? Is that you? Who said yesterday? It's like, and then there was this gentleman from the Zen tradition who also talked about how we put words to things, right? There's these words, we call them such and such. But then the problem is we add more to them, right? We call it bipolar or, whatever, schizophrenia. And these are just words. I mean, they're just people putting words there, and they don't actually never really get at the essence. But then we believe it as something intrinsically negative. So, but then to let go of that a little bit. It's just concepts we have there. And in the end, we all individually have our own strength and, weaknesses. And, it's samsara. This is called samsara. So to find true and lasting happiness, there's a lot of work to be done. Okay, we're almost over with time, and I'll speak more about this. If there's maybe one more question. It's 12. We have to finish at 12, right?
Yeah, it's to 12, and then we resume at 2.
Oh.
That was
12:30.
12:30.
Oh, that's 12:30. That's
okay.
going on. Great. All right. So we have a little bit more time. Okay, 12:30. But you need to go.
No, it's fine.
You're fine. Okay, great. Yes, please.
I just wanted to make one comment about the medication that being someone who waited till I was 45 to get on it. I disagree that it makes you less aware. In fact, it can sometimes pull down the craziness to the point where you can actually think. And I think that's a lot of the cases. I know that there are some mental illnesses where the medication is not fun at all. Schizophrenia being one of them, and I've known many schizophrenics who would go off the medication because it makes them feel so drowsy, but then again it stops the voices, and I mean, there's the good and the bad side, and I think that's more to where you were going, with things with like bipolar and depression and ADHD and things like that. It actually helps where you can spend your time fighting the imbalance, and you can actually think.
And not either or, but both and.
Right? Yeah. I mean, I think each case is uniquely different, and it's difficult, but yeah, one needs to look at the situation, I suppose. Yeah. Did you want to say something there? Okay. No.
Well, you know, I can share.
Okay.
I had a bout with depression,
Okay.
and I took the medication. I think it was just for a period of 6 months.
Okay.
Yeah, and I submitted myself to a psychotherapist.
Okay.
And just looking at I was able to identify the problem.
Uh-huh.
I was able to identify the triggers.
Yes.
And so I said, I'm ready to go for help. And so, yeah, they gave me the tiniest dose,
Okay.
which I took at 6 o'clock in the evening.
Right.
So I made sure I take my meals very early at 5,
Okay.
and then I can feel myself going down.
Right.
So I take my medication and wake up the following morning so fresh.
Okay.
And it only, like I said, it only lasted for 6 months.
Right.
And why is that? Because I didn't want to be in that state forever.
Right.
So I'm like, there was a lot of work that I had to do.
Very important. That's very important, because there's never just one thing you can do. I mean, this is a very important Buddhist concept too. When we talk about cause and effect, it's never that one cause. Like if you have causes that come together, you can only have one effect. And likewise, when you have an effect, there's always many causes. So if there is a problem, we need to try different things. Yeah? So I think it's beautiful. Sometimes medication, but that's not enough. What's most important, of course, to work with the mind, and there's a lot of advanced techniques that allow us to do that. Yeah. And so, I think Buddhism, in a way, is also a kind of therapy. So this is why Lama Yeshe used to say, become your own therapist. And it's very much part of it. And if you find something that helps you, so this is only what I'm trying to do here, at least the first session here. Likewise with attachment. If we look at attachment, I'm not expecting, and you see, it's easier to reduce anger. It's easier. It's easier to reduce anger than attachment. Attachment is described to oil in a piece of cloth. Right? It's not that easy to identify and very difficult to remove. Or maybe let's say oil in a piece of paper. Try to remove oil from a piece of paper. It's kind of really in there, very hard to remove. Whereas anger is more like a piece of mud that you can kind of paint in comparison. So, therefore, I've introduced some of these methods, and maybe you find something that's helpful to deal with the anger. But most important is to identify how it's not in accordance with reality. And of course, the explanation of compassion, of putting yourself into the other person, that's so important. And the people, I find the people they're the kindest and the least angry and the most able to be with others are the ones who can put themselves into the other person. They have this ability to sink into them. So this is something we can train, to sink in with the other person. And we all do it to some degree. I've seen another documentary on that. How actually, when you like someone, when you talk to someone, the gestures they use while you talk to them, they adopt them automatically. And parts of the brain, like they're activated by, they talk about certain things, and the more you engage and the greater the parts of the brain are activated. If they talk about playing tennis, the part of your brain is activated. Like you put yourself into their shoes. We do it automatically. But the better we're doing at that, the easier our life, and the better our relationships, and the less anger we experience. So that's important, compassion and love. But let's look at attachment too. Yes, please.
Last night you spoke about the misperception that lies at the base of everything, which I've read a lot about, and I agree with, and sometimes it just makes me annoyed, of course. But when someone is coming after you and makes you angry, this happened to me yesterday. So the misperception is, I think I exist in a certain way.
Yes.
I'm convinced of it.
Yes.
Of my own kingdom.
Yes.
But if that's not really true. That's another interesting thing when someone's making you angry. I'm not saying, I'm just saying, everybody's saying that this is so. I don't actually feel it or see it. But if they say it's so, then I get myself in this position where I'm all twisted. Maybe it's, like you were saying, maybe it's just not really the way it is. But the thought is, okay, I'm trying to understand that there's a misperception at the root of a lot of my, what would be disordered thinking or letting someone at work come after me, make me feel bad. Stupid when I just was like, what? What? You know, there was nothing going on here. What? But it's, I'm just trying to say that the misperception fascinates me because I feel like if we can sort of move towards that, even without understanding it.
Good point.
It could diffuse. It could be that buffer, like I stand there. Okay.
Yeah.
They told me I don't really exist the way I think I do, and right now I'm gonna go with that and just go. Huh?
Whatever.
You know, like yesterday, 2 people were really just messing with me, totally out of the blue.
Okay.
And so an answer would have been something kind of like we're talking about, and I can't really quite say it, but I think, you know, people, because I've thought about it.
That's a good point. You see, this is also a technique that I was going to introduce in the afternoon more. Never mind, I can just briefly just mention that. You see, like, this is something the great masters of the past have told us in that same way, saying that, okay, actually the root of everything lies exactly at that misperception of reality. So of course, if we understood how it really existed, we wouldn't be angry in the first place. It'd be impossible to be angry. Okay. So, but one way of dealing with this is what they describe as see everything as like an illusion. So as His Dalai Lama often says this, okay, even if you don't understand it, but if you have that trust that what these masters told you, they had no reason to lie. They're definitely very special. I mean, if you look at someone like His Dalai Lama, the great lamas, lamas of Rinpoche, and so forth, there's really something amazing about them that we can all feel. And so, therefore, if they say so, they have no reason to lie. So there must be something to it. Therefore, even if I don't understand and it appears differently, it's like an illusion, like an optical illusion. You know, like a color it can appear to us to be green, but actually it's not. When you remove what's around it, it suddenly appears to be green, but before it was gray or whatever. So there are optical illusions like that, or like something seems to be spinning even though it's actually still, but just because of the structure. So it still appears to be that way. But in our mind we go, no. I know it actually doesn't exist that way. It appears that way. I don't really know how it works, but I'm not fooled by it. So you can kind of adapt that. When 2 people are fighting or 2 people say something to you, it's like, it's also another way of just letting go. Whatever. Letting go because it's just an illusion. It appears to me that way. It's just an illusion. So it's already like this heaviness is gone. I can breathe. And I get a distance. A little bit of a distance. That space in my mind. That's helpful. So yes, that's advised. In the scriptures, traditionally, if nothing else works, it's like an illusion. It appears to me in a way which actually doesn't exist. I don't have to believe in it. Right? And there's already. So that's a beautiful solution. So when we've talked about it more, then I think it makes more sense. So I'll try and mention that again in the afternoon. But since you brought it up, that's another way, dealing with the situation when anger arises. But let's look at attachment too. And attachment is almost like the opposite to anger, where again you take an object, but now instead of emphasizing the negative and blowing that up, what we do is we emphasize the positive and blow that up. Doesn't that make sense? So the objects we're attached to. Now, usually to identify attachment is a little harder because attachment seems to be our friend. Anger seems to be our enemy. That's much easier to accept. Attachment seems to be our friend. It helps us. It brings us happiness. We're attached to someone because we believe they give us happiness. And they do. Right? They do give us some degree of happiness, but therefore we're then attached and we don't really be separated from them. And it comes to a point where we think we can't live without them. And then of course at some point we find out we can live without them. rationally we may know we can't live without them because we did it before. And maybe there were intermittent times when we could do it, but deeply inside it feels we can't be without them. We can't be without this. To be happy, we need this. This is what attachment tells us. That's important to identify. So let's look at a stronger kind of attachment, maybe for another person. Usually it's like family. We're attached to children, parents, or spouses. Yeah, that's usually the one. And I gave you this example last night. I don't know how effective that is. It just depends. Usually high school students find that example helpful. The example I gave was when you're, for example, infatuated with, another woman, another man, and as this infatuation kind of grows, first you just see them as everyone else, and slowly there's maybe one quality that, they seem to possess, like something, and then that becomes bigger, right? And there's this one quality, and then you add another one. Maybe you project one, or if they have that quality, they probably have that one too. Kind of add that, right? And then you see the external suddenly, and what previously just looked very normal, now it's kind of handsome and beautiful. Already in a cloud, they're kind of coming out, kind of like shiny. So this is how the mind kind of adds something. We don't even know whether they have these qualities. We haven't even met them. We haven't even talked to them. We just assume we would like them. Oh, wouldn't it be nice? And then it becomes one of the qualities. So the mind projects, and in our mind we imagine we are with them, and this person in our mind is not the one there. It's the one we're projecting. And then we want to be with that person, and attachment arises. Oh, and pain, and all that comes there. And then if nothing works out, if it doesn't work out, you never get to really be together with them. Maybe they move away, or it happened while you were on vacation, and then you have to go home, and you forget about them. Then maybe a few months later, you meet them again, just out of the blue, and you're thinking, what was I thinking? What did I see in them? Because that's when reality sets in. Before it was just the mind. So you see what is there, what appears and what's actually there. There's a gap. There's a discrepancy. That's our problem. So likewise with the anger, it's like what is actually there is a person with good and bad qualities, and they've spoken words maybe just because they had a bad day, and maybe they were not even directed towards us. But no, it becomes something very different. They were inherently, intrinsically negative, and the words were spoken to me, and how dare, and I was so good to them, whoa, big story. So likewise with the attachment, we don't see really for what is there. Our mind projects things and makes it bigger, believes in it, and then, can't live without it. Don't want to be separated. And the stronger the attachment, the greater the suffering. Right? I mean, of course, jealousy, sets in. It's interesting, jealousy. When we're jealous at another, my situation, if I'm infatuated with a guy, another woman comes up, I'm terribly jealous. Why? Because I think they must see the same that I do. Because I'm not thinking I have created that in my own mind. No, this is an objectively handsome person, and every woman must think that's the most wonderful guy. So I'm jealous. The moment, a woman talks to him, because of course they must be in love, because I'm in love with that person, right? In fact, I have a relative who is so jealous when her husband goes somewhere. And I keep saying, why do you think, I don't think he's attractive. Not unattractive, but I don't feel kind of like in love with them. No, but why do you think every woman would fall in love with them? And she's like, because I do. And I'm like, well, that's not it's like, it's just this kind of discrepancy, how rationally she knows, yeah, not everyone's going to fall for him. But deep inside she feels everyone does, and so she's terribly jealous. Well, it's suffering. The moment he goes out, she suffers. There's another woman present at that business meeting. Oh, she suffers. So we're not aware. It's our projection. We see this person as so special and so full, right? There are children the same way. Right? I haven't had children, but I've spoken to plenty of mothers who say, "Oh, my child, I can't be without." And what about the neighbor's child? No. Sorry, it's not my child, right? Yeah. And actually, it doesn't have to be a biological child, because sometimes, some parents don't know. Sometimes switches happen in hospitals. In India, it happens sometimes. The child is switched. Or in other countries, it's happened. I've heard that. Even in Germany, it's happened. I heard there was a case where the children were switched. And then later on, you don't want to let go of the child you got. It's not your real child, but it doesn't matter, because it's so strong now. So we make these bonds, and then, And there is love there, but there's also great attachment. And the attachment is the only part that's difficult. The love is wonderful. A mother's love to the child, it fascinates me all the time. How my sister could look at her newborn child and think it's pretty. It was so ugly, that baby. Wet and squeezed and I don't know, right? And she was like, later on she realized, and she was like, wow, what was I thinking? It's just the hormones and everything, of course. But the point is, our attachment is just not in accordance with reality. And then we want something so badly, and we worry all the time. This is the problem. I mean, if you look at your own attachment, the greater the attachment, the greater the worry. First there's the worry you don't get it. Then you have the worry you lose it. It never gets right. So that's this idea of this attachment. And also, we're attached to, you see, attachment gives us a sense of permanence, holding on to. It's impossible. Whatever comes together will separate. Whatever comes into being will go out of existence. Whatever comes together will go out of, whatever comes together as a collection will disperse. So these are described, I don't remember the exact words, but there's quotes in the sutras that talk about that. So that's just the nature of things. So people we're with in this lifetime, that's why death is so scary. Death is very scary. Why? Because we have to separate from those we're attached to. Yeah? Love is just the wish for another person to be happy. Okay, if I separate from them, I can still, if I know they're happy, why, what's the problem? Just let them be. But it doesn't work that way. So, to just be accepting of the fact, okay, we will be to come together with people, and we have to separate again. But even though we have to separate from them, if they're future lives, the good news is, we'll meet again. Because it goes both ways. Yeah, so the people we that's why I jokingly say, but it's actually true. I don't believe that there's love on first sight. Because when you meet someone and you're drawn to them, it's often that you were married to them in a previous life. You had a relationship with them. And somehow, you don't know how, but there's the subconscious kind of like you're drawn to them. So it's not love on first sight, because you were with them before. Right? So it's like, we have this relationship with people again and again. We meet again in lifetimes. And sometimes we meet someone we don't know, but we don't like them. We're scared of them. Right? So this is why it's really not that scary to think, oh, we have to let go. Because only for a while we come together again. But it's our mind that holds on to. It's impermanent. It's changing all the time. Like, we're trying to hold on to quicksand. Really, like, things are just changing. So the relationship we hold on to, there's nothing to hold on to. People are changing, we're changing, everything is changing all the time. Objects, physical objects, they're on their way to go out of existence. Everything that was produced is racing towards its disintegration. Every moment brings it closer to its own destruction or disintegration. So we ourselves, the moment we are born, we race towards our own death. The moment we're born, we start racing. Every second takes us closer to our own death. Every second takes this table to its own disappearance. And then something new arises, and new. So just to flow with this, to surf on the waves, if you like, of change, that's how we can kind of live a happy and satisfied life. But we don't do that. We try to hold on to the waves. Oh, that wave, I like that one. Don't go. Oh, don't go. Right? And we take so much energy. Great. We need so much energy. Of course, then there's jealousy too, another emotion, jealousy. So painful. So, what is the antidote to anger? Or putting yourself into the other person's shoe. Understanding how we project negativity onto the situation. Understanding that's a great antidote. Of course, allowing the anger to dissolve the way he described it. So these are all different antidotes, and we should try these different ways. What's the antidote to attachment? Understanding the changeability. Right? It's just like things change. You know, and that these objects cannot provide us with actual happiness. Because every time we want something, there's great attachment, we get it. We still suffer. So I also understand that whatever we're attached to, whatever seems to give us the promise, it seems to be giving us the promise of happiness. It doesn't do that. Because there was never anything that gave us lasting happiness. not the relationship. You know, we're with the person 2, 3 weeks, maybe 2, 3 years at the most. Oh, and then, you know, the pink face is gone. Now, it's hard work. So these are the antidotes to attachment. But I think another one I want to mention is jealousy, or in other words, envy. Yeah. And that is, again, I mentioned that briefly last night, but I want to say a little bit more about that because it's such a 21st century kind of symptom, if you like. And it's a little bit fostered. It's fostered. You know, it's like, I mean, you see commercials. You don't want your neighbor to have that nice car. Just buy that car. You be the one, right? It's like it seems to be fostered. This jealousy, and it's like, yeah, it's how else can I describe it? Like when I teach the Emory students, every year there's a group that comes to Dharamsala and they teach the Buddhist philosophy class. And I remember once they were so competitive. It was so this competitiveness. And one time they all had an A at some point, A- and A's. This whole group. They were incredible papers. And I told them, I mean, first they were given these little slips of papers, tiny ones. The neighbor couldn't see, right? Tiny piece of paper. And then I had a TA sitting right next to me, and I said, "I'm so happy today. Every one of you got an A." And the TA was like, "Shh, don't you say that." But it was too late. Then the I-minuses got terribly worried because they were not the best anymore. Then the A-minuses went to talk to me after class. First they were very happy, but then the A-minuses came forward. What can we do to improve? So I was like, that really hit me. And it was nothing that they were unusually different. I mean, it's like this kind of ambition and like, you know, wanting to be the best, and it's so much instilled in us. And when we're not the best, we get jealous. So that's such a huge problem. And from a Buddhist point of view, the antidote to that is rejoicing. Rejoicing in other people's success. Now that seems difficult. That seems very difficult. I can rejoice in the success of maybe the person in Uganda who just won the lottery. Okay, you know, nothing to do with me. May he enjoy. Maybe I get jealous, but maybe I just, you know, nice. How nice for him. But my neighbor? Oh, God forbid. You know, the person I don't like, oh, please let them not win the lottery. Right? So I cannot rejoice. So what does it help me? Am I going to get more money by rejoicing? No. On top of not winning the lottery, I have to suffer from jealousy. Right. So double suffering. Right? I mean, I don't gain anything. I don't gain anything more. Are there more chairs? Oh, there's another one right there. There's one right here. All right. So not only do I not gain something, I give myself even more suffering. Thank you very much. Right? On top of that. So it doesn't help. But from a Buddhist point of view, to rejoice in another person's success, it actually also creates the karma to have the same success sometime in the future. That's only thinking more of the future. I mean, that's also, of course, the idea of karma. We speak about karma at a later point. But even in that moment, you'll feel happy. I mean, you don't have to buy a lottery ticket and still can be very happy for someone's lottery win. Right? Save some money there. And I mentioned that also yesterday. I talked about how I've actually seen that practiced. That's the beautiful part, because it seems very theoretical. And when I first heard rejoice, it's like, no. It's like feel equal, like, okay, don't feel jealous. Just kind of ignore it. That I could maybe do. But feel happy with it? Come on, it's like going from hot to cold. Like, how can I do that? I didn't know how to do it when I first heard it. And then I observed my classmates, and that was very helpful. The Tibetans I was with, my Tibetan monk classmates. So I wasn't very close to them, and that was, of course, the difficult part, just because of being a woman. But I could still, you know, observe it. And they sincerely rejoiced in others' success. So when they didn't do so well, maybe they had just very low marks in their exams, and someone did really well. They would always say, "Oh, wow, that was wonderful, they did so well." And they would praise that person and sincerely be happy. Yeah? And okay, I need to work harder. Next time I need to work harder. But they were just as happy about their success because they didn't really see that distance. These are my classmates. There's a relation with them. So we're actually connected to all living beings around us. We're connected to them. And last night I gave you this bizarre example. what we do, and I try to like to mention that example again, what we do is we create these boundaries. You know, there is others and I, for a convenience sense, for a sense of convenience. If I talk of we all the time, you know, it's just grammatically confusing. So I say I and others, right? Just for the sense of, but really the divide is not that strong. I mean, whatever you say influences me, what I say influences you. Even bodily parts are being exchanged. I know it sounds gross, but, you know, just by the fact, like when you breathe out, parts of breath, you know, and I breathe them in. Nothing gross about it. It's just, you know, particles being exchanged. And of course, from a past life point of view, you know, maybe these cells here were your lungs in the past life, right? Could have been. And they kind of, you know, dissolved and changed into something else. And now they're my, you know, maybe get into the food. I ate it. I don't know. But these particles, you know, but the body we have right now could be a mixture of other bodies from the past. So there's a constant exchange taking place. Everything I know is because of others. Everything. I mean, I give myself so much credit, you know, I think, oh, this is my knowledge. Come on. It's like, yeah, it's my knowledge, but it came from so many other people. My clothes, so many people were involved in the production of just this piece of cloth. So many people were involved in the production of the cup of coffee I had this morning. So what? I'm like, on my own, it's just me? No, it's me and everyone else. It's one big organism. So if I now decide, all right, that's how I do it. That's me and that's you. I kind of create that divide. So this is just like saying, okay, from now on, the I is this side. This is I. I decide to draw the line only up to here. This is not me. This is something else. Right? So this is how I live my life. Right? This side I ignore. It's only this side that's important. So you say something good to me, thank you, you're my friend. And then if I don't like this side, then I'll be very happy if you say something bad to this person, or to this thing here. And if you praise this arm, you say, oh, that's a beautiful arm, I get jealous. I get jealous. Instead of being happy, you know, usually if you say, oh, you got a nice arm, I'm happy because it's my arm. It's not me, but it's my arm, so I'm happy. Yeah, because it's a part of me. But if I decide it's not a part of me, well, I get jealous. And that's what we do. I mean, actually, everyone is a part of me. We're just one big organism. Yeah? And so your success is my success, and vice versa. So why do we get jealous? And that's what I've seen with my classmates. We're all part of one class. Oh, we're all part of the human race. We're all living beings. We all want to be happy and don't want to suffer. We have all something in common. And we're very much interdependent. Therefore, other success is my own success. So there's more joy in the world if we can sincerely learn to rejoice. Yes.
Talking about jealousy, how do you rejoice if someone was successful in taking your husband or wife away? I mean, I understand the jealousy to friends. I can see how I could easily overcome those things. Mm-hmm. But what about a betrayal like that? Like, how do you let go and rejoice and move on and not have these mental, emotional scars?
Oh, it's very difficult because you are a very strong attachment, you know, it's very difficult. So you have jealousy, attachment, a whole range of things. There's no quick fix, I don't think. It's very difficult, but it's not impossible. I mean...
So you're saying it's possible to actually rejoice in your ex-new relationship with this person he left you for?
Right. I think it's possible.
And the betrayal and...
Yeah, I think it's possible. But you need to take into account a lot of things, right? I mean, one thing that comes to mind, and I haven't spoken much about karma, but you know, whatever situation happens to me, it's not saying anyone deserves to suffer. No one deserves to suffer. But there are reasons for, you know, I may have betrayed someone in the past. I may have done the same to someone else. Now it happens to me. One way of looking at it. It just helps a little bit more to be a little bit more accepting. Not to say that anyone deserves to suffer. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying I'm deserving, but I've created a cause for that. I may have hurt someone in that way. One way to look at it. Also, nothing lasts. It's impermanent. So, okay, you know, rejoice in the parts when it was wonderful, but now it ended. Maybe I've done things too. I may have been nagging all the time, so there's also been a bit of a cause. All right, maybe it's just my age. Okay, that's of course difficult, you know, at some point, you know, sometimes when men grow older, you know, there's the midlife crisis, they look for a younger wife. It's terribly painful, but I would also feel sorry for someone who felt they now needed someone younger to make them feel younger. I mean, it's also a way of compassion, like, oh my God, if you need to do that, I mean, just, what fear do they have to go through? I mean, it must be incredible fear of growing older. To take a younger wife that maybe you don't have much in common with because of the age gap. So that would also help. You know, like, oh my God, that person must really be suffering. And do I really need them that much? I mean, someone who really leaves me for that, is that someone I really likes me? I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of thoughts, and of course the pain is there. But if we use this kind of slowly, we can kind of undo it. And I know people who have forgiven their spouses, and now they're good friends with. And initially it was hard. There's always ways of thinking about that. And then rejoice in their happiness. Oh, they're really happy. And if we really love that person, we want them to be happy. I mean, that's what's love. If I say, I still love them, that means actually the definition of love is the wish for someone to be happy. They're happy for that other person. But of course, I'm saying it's so much easier said than put into practice. I can talk about it quite nicely. Putting into practice, different matter. Yeah? But it gives more happiness, and that's what we want. That's what we want. We want to be happier, and we seek happiness oftentimes in the wrong places. Okay, so finish time. I mean, now it's really 12:30, so I want to give you some time to rest and get something to eat. So I'll speak more. I'll have a little bit of a discussion at the beginning of this, any kind of questions, any comments you have about what we spoke about this morning. And then I would like to talk about the self. How does the self exist? Like the reasonings that usually are presented in the scriptures, and have a bit of a debate about who am I? Who are you? Okay, anyway, enjoy your lunch break.
Thank you.
How maybe karma will come back around. I find it, I mean, I've thought of it that way, but it also makes me think of what did I do in my past if I'm suffering now? And it's like this vicious cycle. Doing that analytical meditation.
Okay.
So it's like, at what point do you kind of like go of the path, even though you feel like you're suffering now, and you can kind of forgive yourself so that you can move forward?
Okay. So her question is, okay, I discussed this a little bit before about how to deal with difficult situations, and how one way is definitely to look, okay, so the things that happen to me are the results, the things that happen to me are the results of past actions. So, and she said, well, it seems like there's a vicious cycle. It's like, again, when something happens, I react, and again, some negativity is created in the future too. And how, for example, to forgive oneself now when something happens, I've done something such and such in the past. That's right, the question. I mean, I'm not sure you need to forgive yourself. I mean, because it's a long time, it could have been a long time ago, and what's done is done. So guilt is one part. I mean, we feel guilty. In the West, there's a lot of emphasis on guilt, but in Buddhism, there's no place for guilt. In the sense that guilt has got that negativity kind of pull you down, and you feel really bad about yourself. Well, what's done is done. So the idea of regret is important. So regretting, oh, whatever I've done in the past, I deeply regret that. But, you know, and I hope I can purify, because that's the good thing. The one thing about negative karma, it can be purified. So negative karmic imprints can be purified. There are different ways of doing it. There are certain like exercises, like purification practices. But even when we do positive things, we purify negativity. So being kind, being helpful, being generous, being sincerely with the right kind of motivation, benefiting others, that is said to purify negativities. Of course, with anger, we also destroy positive karma. So negative actions destroy positive karma, and positive actions destroy negative ones. And regret is a very powerful. Regretting positive action is a problem. Oh, I regret giving those $100 I donated. Oh my God, the money's gone, and plus the positive karma is gone too. Double loss. So if you're generous, make sure you don't regret the generosity. Double loss. So But if there's some negativity accumulated, it's very important to regret the negativity. That already takes away some of the negativity. Determine, no, try my best not to do it again. And then engage in a positive action, such as doing purification practice, such as frustrations, or just feeding the hungry, or doing some social work, helping others. So all these are ways to purify negativity. And we don't know when we accumulated the different kind of negativities. What could have been millions of years ago when we were, I don't know, I mean, not just on this earth, but there are other earths we could be reborn in. From a Buddhist point of view, it's not just this earth. There are different existences in different, galaxies, basically. So therefore, you could have been in a totally different world and do something negative, and the imprint is still there, and one day it ripens. So that's not you anymore. You've changed in the meantime. And, when they say karma's a bitch, it's like, I mean, it's just that's the way it is. Like, karma stays on, and the imprint stays on, and and if it doesn't get purified, a negative one, it ripens one day. So, the good thing is that it's in our own hand now to create the causes to not suffer again in the future. So it's actually very liberating in a way. I mean, now it feels like, oh, things just happen to me, and if on top of that there's a God who's responsible, that's even harder. Like, kind of randomly, I'm receiving these harms. I mean, from a Buddhist point of view, God is not a problem. I mean, the existence of God is not denied, but the creator God, the creator of my problems, the creator of my happiness, that is said to be, it's not God, but it's the karma, the actions I've created in the past. They're responsible for my happiness and so forth. So it's up to me. It's up to me. So this is a very famous saying, if you want to know what your mind was like in the past, look at your situation now. If you want to know what your situation is going to be like in the future, look at your mind now. Because the mind really creates whatever experiences we will have in the future, positive, negative, or even neutral ones. So there's so much you can do. So from now on, all right, I'll really try and make an effort to sincerely engage in positive actions. And positive actions are positive depending on the motivation. Wisdom is important, and compassion. Those two combined. We need to have intelligence and wisdom to differentiate between, the actions. What is long-term benefit as opposed to short-term benefit? If we have to choose between the two, we'd always take long-term benefit. That's most important. So if there's short-term harm, long-term benefit, definitely, let's go ahead and do that. That's like going to the dentist, pulling that tooth. Short-term harm, long-term benefit. And anything. I mean, education too. I mean, there's some, we don't like to go to school maybe. Well, short-term harm, I wouldn't call it harm, but short-term difficulty, long-term benefit. Yeah. So likewise with the child, out of compassion, maybe we pull away the child in a strong kind of way. But so that's short-term harm, but long-term benefit. Because the child is being saved, and we do something beneficial for the child. Does that help? Yeah, that kind of idea.
But what if, you feel like you're trying to do good, and you try, but you feel like you're still suffering? Like, how do you continue, to not be swayed and let that anger consume you?
Okay, so you're still suffering, and we're just trying so hard, and we still suffer. Yeah, we still suffer because we've done so much in the past, and to be just accepting of the suffering. I mean, it's going to be like that for a while. You're going to suffer, I'm going to suffer. There are always going to be things that I don't want to happen. But to understand there's also good things happening, so there's also positive things, it's not all suffering. So to really overcome suffering, we need to understand reality. We need to realize how the self really exists. That's the only way actually out. So to make an effort in that direction. And for the time being, suffering can be very helpful. Making suffering, using that in the path. There's so many texts that deal with that, utilizing negative circumstances and transform them into something positive. For example, if we suffer, we're much more likely to generate compassion for others because we know what it feels like. If I know what a headache feels like, it's much easier to generate compassion for someone who has a headache. So that's very beneficial. It makes us stronger. Suffering makes us stronger. His Holiness the Dalai Lama has been asked once, which were the best times of his life. Like if you look back at his life, which were the best times? He said, the times I faced the greatest difficulties and the greatest challenges. I learned the most from those situations. That's why it's said to be human in such a great state, because we have enough suffering. We have enough suffering to generate renunciation, compassion, and so forth. We also have happiness. We're not totally overwhelmed by suffering, such that we cannot get up in the morning and, you know, things are too hard, or we have to just toil away the whole time, have no freedom. None of that kind of suffering. But at the same time, we have a healthy amount, generally speaking. And so that's good. That kind of suffering is helpful. It's like suffering is good to generate compassion. It's good to generate renunciation. Just as, you know, if we want to be patient, if we want to learn patience, we need someone obnoxious around us. Usually we try to avoid the obnoxious people. We should seek them out. We should be around them, because then we can test our own patience or lack of such. Yeah, seek them out. If you want to generate generosity, we should try and be around people who need our generosity and then practice. So the things we try to avoid usually, can become our best teachers. So to embrace it as like a teaching. And then whatever happens, we're ready in life. Even the things we don't want, we're ready, and they help us. Yeah, does that make sense? Does that help a little? Yes, please.
I'm not sure if I can articulate this well, but the suffering, they're like, you just did say, learn from suffering, but are there actual lessons in suffering? Like, I'm suffering in this manner, so I need to figure out why I'm suffering in this manner so I can fix something.
You mean like a specific suffering, like an illness, for example?
Or being born into, horrendous poverty or something. Why was I born into horrendous poverty? What have I done? Now I need to do it better. Is there a lesson I need to be learning here?
Not that specific. I mean, it's not really that specific, because everyone's suffering is so individually different. It's so individually different. So I guess, like for example, if you're born into horrendous poverty, I'm not sure. It could be mentioned. I mean, I've not read all the scriptures, and there's so many scriptures. Of course, the Buddha's words themselves, and of course all the commentaries by the great masters. So therefore, I haven't encountered anything like that. It could be, but also by studying the Buddha's teachings, you develop a kind of ability to, like a kind of a common sense, if you like. I mean, we would call it like the Buddha's kind of common sense. Like, okay, so what is the counter force to poverty? It's generosity. So whatever happened in the past happened in the past, that's done, but from now on I can practice generosity to make sure the same doesn't happen to me in the future. If I'm being abused as in like, people scolding me all the time, criticizing me, okay, so I have something in the past, let's look, how can I avoid this? Because what she was mentioning, the circle, that is definitely a problem. Why? Because if someone, something happens, someone is angry with me, then usually I tend to be angry in response. So previously the action of being kind of, hurt, let's say with words, is the result of hurt that I've given to someone out of anger. And then I create a new karma. Thank you very much. This action that I now experience the result of, now I create a new karma to have that same experience again. And so I continue. Something happens to me, I react. And again, something happens, I react. And this leads to this kind of vicious circle she's talking about. So with poverty, if I've experienced poverty, instead of keeping, oh my God, it may happen again, let's, not spend anything, and it comes to such a degree that stinginess arises. Well, I'm just creating the same cause again for the future. And so that's important. And this is again something I learned so much from my classmates, who had so little. I mean, sometimes they had 50 rupees, 50 rupees in their pocket. That was all they had. That's not even $1. And they would take their friends out for tea and spend, half of it at least, and buy people and spend that money, or give the whole thing. They go to a beggar and give the beggar 10 rupees. That was a lot of money. If you have only 50 rupees, you give 10 to a beggar. That's, you know, it's a lot of money gone. So I learned that even having little, the generosity. And oftentimes those people who had this natural tendency to be generous, you know, we meet these people who easily give. It easily comes. I have this nun friend of mine who easily gives. She's so generous. She hears a sad story, she gives. And somehow, magically, she gets. It's interesting. You can actually literally watch it, this openness. And there are others, this time, a little difficult to give. You kind of notice when you get. And those are harder to get. So in that way. So learning from that, understanding karma is very important. And understanding, okay, these are the actions of my past, but I can make changes for the future.
It strikes me that the why question that I spend a significant amount doing, because I'm curious, is a complete waste of time.
Yes.
Needs to be focused on.
Yeah, let's just not. It's like the story in the story yesterday. Remember, it's a bit like the Buddha told us, or there's a story of the time of the Buddha that the Buddha said, you know, asking why all the time is a bit like someone who gets shot with an arrow, right? Instead of pulling out the arrow, they ask, who shot the arrow? You know, what is the arrow made of? What is the material that was used? How many brothers and sisters does the shooter have? I mean, you can ask those questions. I'm sure there's some answers, but let's just pull it out first. So certain things, yeah, they're just not important. All right. Anything else on the afflictive emotions that we discussed this morning? Any other comments on that? Doubts, questions, skepticism? The debate.
Geshe, I have a question.
Yeah.
You talked about there's you were talking about future lives, past lives, and you said there's a 50% chance.
Oh,
right.
I said there's a 50% chance there are past and future lives, and there aren't. Okay.
Right. So, but then, because if we take everything like, well, it's a 50% chance, it's a 50% chance. There's a point that you have to use faith, I guess, for you to like commit, I guess, to do commitment. Yes. So can you speak a little bit about that?
Okay, that's a good point. I mean, when I say the 50%, this is like before faith. It's like, let's take that, you know, if it's really so hard, this whole idea, let's just say there is a chance. And of course, I think what's very important, and I just want to say before I answer that, I believe it's a win-win situation. If you believe there's going to be something afterwards, and knowing that robbing a bank in this lifetime, okay, may give us some money if we're good at this, you know, we may get away. Robbing a bank in this lifetime will not give us what we need in the future life. So any kind of immoral act in this lifetime will harm us in the future. So if we don't believe in future lives and we act morally, you know, I mean, well, let's say, no, I should put it differently. If we believe in future lives and we act morally and there are no future lives, well, that's all right. We lived a good life. And then maybe our continue stops afterwards and we feel kind of good about it, nothing to regret. If there are future lives, okay, so let's say there's heaven, then we probably go there. Also, win-win situation. And then if there is future lives, we'll have a good rebirth. So whatever is the outcome, whatever is the result, it's a win-win situation. So, and since we don't know 100% that there are or there aren't, we should live our life as if they were, number one. But that's just initially. I usually ask people initially, just take that as a possibility, and then other things also make more sense. But of course, from a Buddhist point of view, there's said to be future lives. Past, also important, but even more importantly, future, because that's what lies ahead. That's what we will experience in the future. So, therefore, faith. Here faith comes in. Now, some people have a problem with faith. Some people even have said to me, oh, Buddhism is not about faith. Buddhism is absolutely about faith. Science is about faith. Even science is about faith. Just thinking about this, so many times we say, I know such and such. When were you born? Just the day of birth. Which day?
November 11th.
November 11th. Oh yeah, I should know that. Okay, November 11th. Are you sure? 100% sure. Do you know you were born that day? Without doubt. 100%. Okay, your parents have made a mistake? Or maybe the... don't even know when you were born. No, I'm just kidding. But like, say we know absolutely. We say I know. We use this like no doubt. But then when you dig a little deeper, we believe it. Why do we? Do you believe you were born on November 11th? Because your parents told you so, and they had no reason to lie. So is that blind faith? No, it's not blind faith. It's not like, oh, just believe it for the sake of it. It's because there's a reason behind it. There's a reason behind because my parents have told me a lot of things that were in accordance with the truth. There's no reason to lie to me then. Okay? And so, you know, how often do you get it wrong with the date? But interestingly, I've told this story so many times. In the last course I taught, there was a lady who said, you know what happened? I used to celebrate my birthday always on the 23rd of May, and my parents one day found out they made a mistake. I was actually born on the 24th of May. There you go. You can never know. So for many years, she celebrated her birthday on one day. I was actually born on a different day. And she keeps celebrating on the same day. But anyway, so you see, even those things. So when we say, I know coffee is good for me. Well, because someone with a PhD said so when I Googled it. Right? I would just believe what they told me because they have a PhD, and maybe it's a PhD from Harvard as opposed to from somewhere else. So these are all the facts we take together, and then we say, I know. I mean, what we learned in school, for example, the globe is round. I say I know the earth is round. But I've not been on a spaceship, so I've not experienced it directly, and I've not done the reasoning. Our teacher explained us, it kind of made sense, but I never really, use my mind to really understand it and get incontrovertible knowledge of it. So I have faith that the earth is round. I have faith in the way a toaster works. I mean, it's been explained to me roughly, I have faith in that. But I don't know. So many things, if we check, we take on faith. Scientists do too. They're like theories. I mean, the Big Bang, we say that we know there was Big Bang. It's a theory. It's still not been proven incontrovertibly, or still not, there's no knowledge of it incontrovertibly, I don't think. So a lot of the things, the scientific understanding is based on faith. So, but we have no reason to doubt it, because there's a lot of reason behind it that makes sense. It makes sense, right? So therefore, just a sec, therefore, likewise with Buddhism, the idea is, okay, to understand past, to actually realize past and future lives, very difficult. And we take it on faith. Faith only temporarily, until we get to an incontrovertible knowledge. That's also important, temporarily faith. Faith based on reasoning. Why? Because it makes a lot of sense, everything else fits in there, and the Buddha had no reason to lie to us. And all the other masters, no reason to lie to us. That's why we take it on faith. But until we get to first-hand knowledge on it. So that's faith based on reasoning, not blind faith. Does that help a little?
Yes.
Yeah? Yes, please.
So my question is, I think, faith and what you know, it's a scale, right? Mm-hmm. Some things you can't reason too much. You just have to have, I don't think this faith is completely blind. You feel very strongly about something. Mm-hmm. And then, so someone with a PhD told you something, right? Mm-hmm. And then someone else with a PhD, but then they show you their method of study, and and then they show you that they're not sure, but they have a calculation of how confident they are.
Right, exactly.
You can't come up with something like that for past lives and stuff. You can't come up with how sure should I be when I make my decision.
Okay, so what he's just saying that there's a lot of, it's much easier for scientific kind of, I guess, like having faith based on reasoning in scientific kind of concepts and ideas, because usually there lies a method of reasoning behind it, which can give you very good reason or good evidence, if you like, on the basis of which then you may not incontrovertibly know it, but have strong faith. And that is not the case with past and future lives, right? Well, I would argue against it, okay? But then, of course, we need to go into a whole different matter, but there's a lot of reasoning for. Okay, I'll give you one example. One example, you see, or one kind of reasoning that is given. We talk about physical objects and we talk about consciousness. Different entities, okay? Similar, but different. So physical objects, so you have a physical object such as an atom, a molecule, it needs to be preceded by a physical object. Would you agree? Something physical has to precede that. So it gives, like the physical right now needs to be preceded by a former moment of something physical. You can't have nothing and suddenly have something physical, right? So if you go back to when was the first moment when the physical universe as we know it now came into existence? Maybe say that, let's say the Big Bang. That was the first moment. Was the first moment, the Big Bang, that first moment, was it preceded by a former moment of something physical? Yes. Sure, scientists would say, yeah, there were gases, there were other things that existed that gave rise to the Big Bang. So therefore, any physical moment now must have been preceded by a former moment of something physical. Otherwise, you can't have nothing and then suddenly something physical. It wouldn't make sense, would it? So therefore, we cannot posit a beginning to physical objects. I mean, I can say this specific table, there was a first moment of this being a table, but the particles that make the table, they were preceded by other particles, and they by other, and by other, and by other, and by other. That is the case for physical objects, right? Now, the mind is not physical. The mind can understand physical objects. The mind depends on the brain, for example. In our case, the coarse mind depends on the brain. So that is definitely the case, but it's a different entity. So a moment of mind must also be preceded by a moment of mind, right? Okay, so the same kind of logic. It's not like out of nothing suddenly you have a mind. Also the substantial cause, the cause that grew into the mind, it cannot be something physical. Just as something physical can just give rise to just something physical, mind can only give rise to mind. Now, where did our mind come from? From our parents? Does that mean we're like an exact mixture of the minds of our parents? Come on, that's not the case. I mean, the mind of our parents just merged and became us. We can see that children can be very, very different right from the beginning. Even identical twins, would they have identical minds? That doesn't happen. So from a Buddhist point of view, the reasoning is the mind came from a former life. You must have a continuum of mind, just as you have a continuum of physical objects. If it comes from a former life, former mind, it couldn't really be the parents. It doesn't make sense. So then, at least, well, you're getting already at former lives. And especially like certain tendencies, if you look a little closer, I mean, even children with identical twins can be very, very different. One has a tendency to get angry all the time. The other one is much more patient. So definitely the genetic material is important. The environment is important. But they don't always seem to be enough as causes. Or like children who have these incredible abilities like Mozart or, you know, these great musicians whose parents were okay, mediocre, you know, not too bad, but then there are these incredible geniuses. So from Buddhist point of view, yeah, they created the causes for that in the past. So can you prove it incontrovertibly? Very difficult. But then science cannot prove the non-existence of past and future lives either. I mean, His Holiness the Dalai Lama said, when the scientists prove 100% that there's no past and future life, I'd be the first one to say there aren't any. And the reason we cannot prove it is it's just we don't remember, right? We don't remember. But just not remembering doesn't mean they don't exist. I don't remember when I was a baby. That doesn't mean, you know, I was not a baby. Yeah. So there's a lot of things we don't remember. But of course it's harder with the previous life because I never know who I was. But then there are lots of stories in India. I mean, we read these stories like in the newspaper. They're very much, you know, they're explained, matter of fact. That's wonderful. It's like you open the newspaper and there it is. Little boy remembers past life. You know, it's like, you know, there was a storm in Orissa, that kind of matter-of-fact kind of story. And one of the stories, that's my favorite story, I actually have the cutout still, it's in Dharamsala, but it's the story of this little boy who was born into a family, an Indian family, and he was always scared of tractors. He was always scared. And the family didn't know why, but, you know, they kept him away from tractors. And when he was able to speak, he would say, I want to see my parents. And I'm like, what's going on? And he's like, yeah, I want to see my parents. They live in such and such place. He would give them the name of a place that they hadn't heard of. And my father's name is such and such, and my mother's name is such and such. So they're like, yeah, right. It's just, first they thought it was just fantasy, but the child was consistent, always talking about this place, these people. His father was a tailor, his mom was a housewife, and kept talking about it. And then one day, as it went on, and the child wanted to go home, they decided, let's go and find out about this. Because it's India, you know, people believe in past and future. They thought, okay, it's probably where he was born in his previous life. So they sought out, they looked up the place, and it actually existed. So they went there, and they found there was a family, father's name, mother's name matched, and the father was a tailor. So they went to this little place where the boy had taken them, and it was shut down. So they asked, what happened to this? Is this empty? They said, yeah, there's no one there. So why is it shut down? Well, there was a tailor in there. He lost his son in a tractor accident. He lost his little boy when he was 2 or 3 years old. And he was killed by a tractor. So then they thought, oh, there must be really something to it. His fear of tractors. He could remember, and he was a tailor, he could remember all the facts. So then they brought him to the home. He recognized, he could name all the children in the home. He embraced his mom. And he looked even similar to the boy from the previous life. Which is also this idea. Sometimes we take birth in a similar situation for several lifetimes. And there's a picture. Past life boy. The mom holds a picture. And in front of her sits the new boy. And they look very similar. I mean, I don't know, maybe it was just a whole kind of made-up story, but it just was so matter-of-fact, and I've read those stories over and over. It's like, oh, another boy that remembers past life, or another girl. And oftentimes it's, children remember when there was a violent death. When there's a violent death, the death is so quick that there seems to be like, the imprints are so strong that you can remember easier. A violent death is said to be then it's easier to remember, maybe as a child. There's a whole movie about it, The Boy That Remembers, by I think a Wisconsin scientist who works only with that, like children who remember their past life. And there's a documentary called The Boy Who Lived Before. It's very interesting. Yes?
I was just going to say, there was a research team at the University of Virginia, led by Ian Stevenson. I don't know if anyone's familiar. But they gathered about 4,000 to 5,000 case studies like the ones you just mentioned. And I read through some of the strongest cases, and they were really rigorous because he was a skeptic. He started out trying to disprove it. Okay. And they're just very compelling stories. You know, they ruled out every conceivable variable they could think of. You know, and some, like you mentioned, some of the violent deaths. The children would have scars or birthmarks from where they found records of where the previous personality lived.
I've heard about that too.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah, so thank you for sharing that with us. Do you know where we can find that?
He has a book out called Life Before Life that has, I think, the 20th strongest cases.
Well, there's another book I've called Children's Past Lives.
Maybe
that's an easy. Well, I don't know. I think Children's Past Lives references here. I haven't heard of the other one, but certainly now with Amazon you can look up Ian Stevenson, look up Children's Past Lives.
And is Ian Richardson?
Ian Stevenson. And that was at
Ian Stevenson.
UVA, which is just a couple of hours.
Interesting. Wonderful. Yeah, you see, I mean, sometimes just these stories are helpful, and I don't know whether we can really prove it, but you know, one way I look at it is that there is a way to prove it. Prove it in the sense, well, to get an incontrovertible understanding of it by generating certain minds in meditation. It is possible that through generating what's called a kind of clairvoyance, if you like, by developing extreme states of concentration, one is able to actually perceive these things and remember one's own past life and become aware of one's future life. Now, that sounds a bit like two blind people talk to one another, and I'm trying to prove to you the existence of blue, without neither of us having the ability to perceive it with our present mind right now, due to the blindness. So really, to understand blue, you need to generate the consciousness, the awareness to do so. So we can discuss it, but right now we're talking about something that we really have no experience of. It makes sense that there is blue, color blue, and other people tell us so, like some of the lamas, who I believe they have clairvoyance. I mean, as long as the Dalai Lama, definitely. I'm sure they have. I mean, just from some of the things they tell me, it's like, how could they know? But anyway, my point is, there is a way in gaining first-hand experiences by gaining those concentrative states where one comes to an understanding of those. So until then, we can choose to believe it or not, I think. But I also, you know, I believe it. I believe it so strongly. I think I'm so convinced. And when I hear these stories, I catch myself thinking, oh, it really is possible. So when I catch myself thinking that, I know, oh, my conviction is not strong enough, because I still, you know, there's still room for improvement. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yes, please.
There is a DVD called Unmistaken Child.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that is, again, on Amazon, about a Rinpoche or Lama died, and then his student.
Geshe Kunjo from
Yes.
Kopan, right?
That
Yes.
I got that also on Amazon.
Okay.
Unmistaken Child.
Oh, wonderful. Unmistaken child. There you go. So there are certain, documentations that may be helpful for that. Okay, great. Anything else? This is beautiful. Your questions really make the picture a little fuller. Yes.
So each mind is preceded by a previous mind, and
Yes.
thus that's sort of the past life.
Continuum mind.
So are those individual consciousnesses separate sort of chunks of mind? And are those bits of mind all part of like a bigger stream of mind?
No, unfortunately not. Like we're kind of part of one big ocean of mind, and
So they're chunks of mind.
there's like, you know, like well, chunks of mind. Like if you look at it that way, like yesterday, your mind yesterday, in your mind today. Are you looking at them as chunks of mind? Your mind today and your mind yesterday.
No, so I can say
They're not
the
chunks of
same
mind.
chunk of mind.
Same chunk of mind, same continuum.
Yeah.
All right. So then, in that way, so yesterday's mind, the day before yesterday mind, go back all the way to first moment after birth. Then you have the previous moment is the last moment of previous life. Previous to that, previous to that. So it's a continuum, changing moment by moment, moment by moment.
But I could theoretically count the total number of chunks of mind.
You can theoretically, if you like to count, yeah, it takes a lot of counting to be done, but absolutely you could theoretically count each moment, trace it back before. But it's a continuum, like a river, right? Like a river, there's one individual river that each moment is different, it goes on, it moves on, but it's different from that other, you know, river. And it's not like they all go into the same ocean. Well, I guess maybe they do, but the water still is different. Right? The water elements from your river are still different from the water elements from the other river. So you could say, well, in enlightenment, they all have the same qualities. But they're still individual, you know, continua. Different individual continua. And they continue like that. Therefore, you have Buddha Shakyamuni, and you have different Buddhas, Buddha Milarepa, and they're different Buddhas, but with equal qualities. Does that make sense?
It does. It just, you can run into an issue which I guess can be explained away by worrying about things that aren't on Earth, where there's a certain number of living sentient beings at one time, and then at another time you have more or less.
Okay, so if you think there's only this world, only on the planet Earth, and suddenly you have 7 billion people as opposed to just 3 billion. Oh, where do they come from? Like I said, it's not just planet Earth. Is there life on different stars? Yes. The Buddha said so 2,600 years ago. They're different galaxies. They're even more universes than our own. So there's life on planets we just haven't been able to go to. I mean, it's hard to go to Mars. Forget about going to, other existence. So there's definitely life on other planets. And people are born according to their karma, sometimes here, sometimes in a different world. Yeah. So that's why the numbers are not important. Yes. Afterwards, first you? Yes.
Are we always human?
Are we always human? Yeah, I wished. Well, we don't, no, unfortunately, no, right? It's not that easy to be born human, and I want to talk about this a little bit tomorrow, actually. But it's not easy to be, it's not possible always to be, or it's not easy to always be born human. I mean, there's the danger to be born in different states. That's the danger. So from a Buddhist point of view, we're so fortunate We're so unbelievably fortunate to be in the situation we're in right now. Actually, some of the meditations on the Lam Rim, the graduate stage to a path of enlightenment, when you start with the Lam Rim, the first topic, almost the first topic, there's one more that's for Westerners actually left aside a little bit, rejoicing in the incredible opportunity we have, so to make sure we don't waste it. Because we don't know. I mean, I don't know. I may have been a dog in my previous life. I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. And I could be again reborn in an unfortunate state. I really can't tell. So there's always the danger. We have great opportunity. Yeah. And other states of existence. Ooh, another topic that, past and future lives, but even worse so, there's said to be states of incredible physical suffering, which is called hell realm. Okay? So that's exactly the same way it's described in Judaism, in Christianity, in Islam. I don't know exactly the same, but there's similarity. Being born into states of great physical suffering, physical and mental suffering, of states such as the Preta beings, where one is born into states of incredible, what's the word? Not greed, but need, like being hungry and thirsty all the time and never having enough, always wanting something else, and that, incredible hunger and thirst. Or being born as an animal. Even being born as a celestial beings. They're like celestial realms. Not a good idea, not good to be born there. Too much happiness. Waste away all the positive karma. So human is said to be a good state because you have a healthy amount of suffering and a healthy amount of happiness. And then there's still differences. Not every human life is conducive for developing the mind. So we're extremely fortunate. What we have right now is unbelievably great and precious. But that's difficult. This whole idea of different states of existence, a whole different topic, and not gone into that much with Westerners. But anyway, we'll probably find time to talk a little about this. Yes? Okay, good question. I mean, words such as genetic memory, I think they seem to be implying there's some memory coming from the parents. I don't think that's what it means. It means that the genetic information is then passed on to the child, and therefore certain tendencies develop. That is definitely, from a Buddhist point of view, there's no problem with that. But what is the connection between karma and the genetic material from our parents that determine, maybe how good we're in mathematics, or not necessarily, but they definitely play a role. What do you think? What is the connection between karma, the action we've accumulated in the past, and us having certain genetic material, which, depending on how strong the genetic material is, can determine very specific things about us? Yes, you were first.
Oh, it's the epigenome. So genes actually are differentially expressed based on environmental factors from your grandparents or great-grandparents. So if your great-grandparents were in a famine, you can actually be more predisposed to being an obese person because...
But that's my grandparents. Whatever they did, to be in that famine and so forth, what does it have to be? Why? What does it have to be to do with me? Is that do I experience the result of their karma?
Well, it doesn't need to actually... So yes.
Yes.
I don't think karma being sort of morally neutral, it doesn't really matter that you didn't do anything to take that on.
Oh, but you still have to create the karma.
Right. Well, it was...
It's not enough that my grandparents...
It was created that they were, exposed to a famine. I mean,
they were created. Exposed to a famine.
So there was an environmental factor that, they were exposed to.
But I shouldn't experience that then. I mean, if that's the result of their karma to experience the famine, I certainly shouldn't experience that. Yes.
Maybe you are your grandmother.
Oh, maybe I'm. That's true. No, I wouldn't. Not maybe my. Yeah. Nice. That's a nice. That's a nice
You
logic.
just created the conditions for it to get that going.
You created the conditions to be reborn with that karmic material. That's it. That's the answer. Very good. Yeah. So it's like there's the genetic material. No question about that. So being born with a certain specific material, which makes me, I don't know. How did you just phrase it? You used a very nice technical term, to be susceptible to certain famine.
Oh, I think I just said predisposed.
Predisposed. Oh, that's a better word. Predisposed. Well, that's the result of my actions in the past, to be predisposed. So to be born with that genetic material goes back to the actions I've created in the past, right? So let's say I've been really, really greedy, okay? I've engaged in a lot of, so in a previous life, it doesn't have to be the one immediately preceding it. It could be like, 10 million years ago. I was in a different world and I was very greedy and I was very stingy. Then I may be, due to the circumstances, I may now be reborn in a life of poverty. But karma is not fixed. Once the karma is exhausted, my family may win the lottery and things go upwards. So that's like one way. I mean, being born into a family, or have certain genetic abilities or disabilities. I mean, maybe, I supported great musicians and so forth, so I'll be reborn in the family, or I was a great practitioner of music and I had a pure motivation to benefit others, and so, to some degree. And so now I'm born into a family that has this musical ability. And again, there's no judgment as such. It's just a law of cause and effect. It's not like, oh, that's good, so let's get a good DNA for that person and send them. It's just, it's just a law of cause and effect that does its things. But exactly as he explained, like that idea. We're born, that's the connection. The DNA is not random. That the chromosomes of our parents come together. Some may say it's just random, coincidence. From a Buddhist point of view, it's the karmic force. That you get exactly those chromosomes and not other ones. There's so many millions and possibilities, and it's exactly those. Different from our brothers and sisters. So that's the karmic force. Does that make sense? Okay. Any other questions? Any other comments? Otherwise, I go into the self. Okay, let's start with the self. What is the self? Okay. Because after everything we've heard that there are these afflictive emotions. Well, first of all, the different types of sufferings. And I've gone to the extreme where I said, actually, there's always a type of suffering, always some suffering kind of atmosphere at all times present. And when we experience happiness, that's just a temporary relief from us. Right? To be seen. But the cause of that are the actions we accumulated in the past, which in turn go back, mental, physical, and verbal actions created in the past, which goes back to the afflictions that we've generated in the past, which goes back all the way to not understanding reality, how it really exists. I mean, we understand there's a table, there's this, there's that, but we add a characteristic, we designate, or what's the better word, we kind of add or perceive phenomena to have a characteristic which they don't have. So not only do we perceive a table, we perceive the table to exist in a way in which it cannot exist. We add something to the existence of a table. But that's difficult to identify. It's extremely difficult to identify because the moment I talk about it, you add that characteristic right away. We all do. So what do we do it with? We do it with the self, most importantly. So the self also seems to exist in a way in which it cannot exist. It appears to exist in a way in which it doesn't exist. Does the self exist? Absolutely it does. So the Tibetan term selflessness, or the Sanskrit word anatman, which just means literally selflessness, is a little confusing. Because it seems to say there's no self at all because of selflessness. But actually there is a self that does exist. There is a self. You and I exist. But not in the way in which it appears to us. Does that make sense? Okay. So therefore there is a self that we create that doesn't exist. A type of self. In other words, an intrinsically, inherently, objectively existent self. So that's hard to identify, and there are different levels to that. There's a coarser kind of level. Understanding that allows us to go to a subtler kind of level. So, like an example that's sometimes used is if there's a rock, right? There's a rock, and we totally misunderstand how this rock exists. We know there's something, but we think this rock is a human being, let's say. Okay? We think this is a human being. So, first there's this very coarse kind of view. Oh, this rock is a human being. So first we identify, okay, this is not a human being. But then we may still think it's, I don't know, let's say it's a fake rock. It's a better idea. A fake rock. There's a fake rock, but we don't identify it as such. It's actually, you can just lift it up easily because it's made of this kind of Hollywood kind of material. So you think first it's a person. First we think it's a person. So it's easy to understand that it's not a person. So that wrong view you get rid of. And then you understand that it's not natural. You understand that it's not actually natural. Right? It's actually made. But you still don't know it's actually this light kind of material. So you take those steps to get deeper and deeper until you understand its actual nature. So the same is the case with the self. The actual nature of the self, the lack of what's called intrinsic existence, that's hard to understand. So first you start to understand that the self doesn't exist as a permanent, independent entity. And then you understand that the self doesn't exist as a separate kind of controller. And eventually you understand that it doesn't exist intrinsically. There's said to be like kind of 3 steps. Okay. So I want you to identify those 3 steps. And that's what I'll try and do here. The first one is the easiest. But it counteracts a sense of an I, which we have often, but not always. So our sense of who I am, who you are, is different. It changes in the situation. It depends on the situation. So let me just check with you. Is there a sense that the I, your I, is exactly the same as the I when you were 5 years old? No. Absolutely no. Okay. But there's definitely not sense of a permanent I. Is there a sense there's exactly the same I you had 5 years ago? Is there a sense of an I that is exactly the same, the one that came through the door at 2 o'clock and that now sits here? No? You've totally changed? Or is there a sense like, it's kind of like that was kind of unchanging? Yeah, my mind has changed, my body has changed. But that self that walked into the door and that sat down, that sense, that self, that's the same. That's unchanging. That's exactly the same that came into the door, right? There's no change to that. Do you get that sense of an I? Yeah, I certainly do. The one came in with the coffee and sat down and started speaking. I have a sense that's exactly the same. There's no difference. We have that with other things. Oh, that's exactly the same sun. Every morning the same sun, shines through my house. It's the same river. Oh, that's the river I saw last year. Exactly the same. Oh, you're still driving the same car. Same, actually? It appears to be the same. So, we have a sense of, yeah, things change. But just every now and then, a little bit. Right? Or yes, intellectually, yeah, well, the molecules change, but it seems the same. So with the I, it's exactly the same. That sense of like an unchanging entity there, at times. And then I feel strongly that way, like I never change. I always make the same mistake. Or my partner always makes the same mistakes. He or she never changes. Yeah, there's that sense of permanence. And sometimes there's a sense as if the I was totally separate from mind and body. Yeah, the sense of like totally separation. Our director used to say like a pea in a jar. You know, like if you take a pea and you put it in a jar. Yeah, so the jar are mind and body, and the pea is like the I. And certain religions and culture and philosophy seem to support that. The idea of the soul, like in some religions. I used to definitely think when I die, my little heart-shaped soul with wings would leave my body. Right? That was kind of like my I. Or in other or like in modern psychoanalysis, like Freud's idea of an ego and a superego, they're kind of separate, right? Like something separate from mind and body. Okay. And then, of course, modern world, like be someone in this world, right? I'm just not myself today. That's an interesting idea, right? I'm not myself today. Huh. Definitely seems something very separate there. Okay. What other ideas are there? You know, they seem to very much pronounce this idea of something separate. I have to go and find myself. I know my mind, I know my body, but I still haven't found myself. So something very separate there. So there's a sense of a separate, permanent I. Okay, well that's kind of relatively easy to prove that this is just like an optical illusion. That's impossible. Because first of all, my mind and body, right, if they change, I change. And just because the change is not obvious to me, it doesn't mean it doesn't take place in every moment. So my body changes my environment. That's obvious. I mean, obvious not to us physically, like right now with our eyes, but we know the cells and the elements within the molecules, they're always in fluctuations, always change happening. Our mind is always constantly, it's always different. There's never the same. New things, new objects. Every moment we perceive something new because the environment has changed. So new impressions, new thoughts. Everything is uniquely different in every moment. So if that's different, the eye is different. Because to say the eye is different from mind and body, well, if it was really different, I couldn't be affected. I couldn't learn. I couldn't learn. If it's totally independent of mind and body, I wouldn't feel crappy if I had a cold. Because my mind and body are totally separate. Sorry, my eye is totally separate from mind and body. So how do I, why do I feel crappy when I have a cold? It's separate. It's different. Like when the jar is broken, the pea can still be in there. Does that make sense? That kind of logic? Okay. So that's not so hard to understand. This is really not so difficult. But now it gets a little harder. So there is another sense of a self, which is not the permanent one, and not the independent one, but still something separate from mind and body. A controller. Who has that sense? Can you raise your hand? There's something different from mind and body. Okay? Something separate. So therefore I say my body, my mind. And to identify that, it evades us. It's very difficult, it's very evasive, very difficult to identify. But let's think of a situation when you were greatly embarrassed. Or when you were just upset with yourself, when you had a bad hair day, or, it doesn't really happen to me, but, I remember bad hair days. Yeah, like when we were unhappy about something, my hair's not okay, or my mind, I'm so forgetful, and so there's something we're upset with, and someone who is upset. Does that make sense? So the mind, we're upset with our own ability to remember, or our own anger. So there's a separation between someone that owns mind and body. And of course the way we use language, it's implying someone who owns. There's someone who has a mind, someone who has a body. It's my mind. We don't say the flower of the flower. If you have this one flower, it's not like you have the owner of the flower and the flower is one. Right? There's a flower and there are parts to the flower. Likewise, there's an eye and there are parts to that eye. That's how we think of the eye, don't we? And sometimes there's a very strong sense of eye. The other day when I was teaching in nanomedicine, there was a woman who said they were singing together with other women, and then someone kind of asked her to individually sing. And suddenly she had that strong sense of I in front of all these people. She said it was so overwhelming that she couldn't sing. She lost her voice. That strong sense, she felt it was so strong. So I had a great opportunity to look at the I in that situation. Very fortunate. So now she can always go back to that situation when she felt like put on the spot, and the I was so almost visible, tangible. Okay, so that's the I we're looking for. And so this sense of I, it's like sometimes in the scriptures they say like a king and the entourage. The king is like the I, the controller, and the entourage are mind and body. Or like a controller and that which is controlled. That seems like, I control my mind, I control my body. This I that's separate. Someone made this comment, it almost seems like there's a little thing in the back of my mind that is kind of, what's the word? Using the switchboard. There's like a switchboard somewhere. Right? Okay, in the back of my, or wherever. There's even a sense that it's physically located somewhere. Do you have a sense of like this, the eye is located in a certain place? I mean, I used to think for everyone is the same. In my case, it seems to be behind my eyes. Interesting. My eyes behind my eyes. And I thought everyone felt the same way until I checked with students, and then some said, no, here. Some said here. Some said here. Or behind the eyes. Any new place? Do you have a sense the eye is located somewhere? Do you have a sense of like where's the eye? Where's the kind of essence of you? Where is it located in your body? Anywhere? Behind the eyes? Behind the eyes, okay. Somewhere in the belly, in the heart? Some say here in the heart. Where is it in your case? In the heart, okay, interesting. I wonder what that means. It's you. Should ask the psychologists. Okay, where else? Where is it located?
My thumb.
No. Well, in your thumb, okay. No, seriously.
No, it would be between the eyes.
Between the eyes,
yeah.
okay, alright.
Well, I think maybe like my bowels.
Your
Like,
bowels?
Yeah,
I've heard
definitely when I feel threatened, that's...
that. In your bowel, when you feel threatened.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's where it goes.
Great. Yeah, I guess I can identify with that, yes.
I'll put in the vote for my eye feels sort of, or it feels located in a different place depending on how I'm feeling.
That's, I think, a good way of putting it. It just depends on the situation. So when we're calm and, you know, just looking around, I guess it's maybe located there. But like when we're threatened, it's more like here. I guess it just depends on the moment. So, but it's great to just identify. Maybe it's, you know, getting on this. Anyway, so that's an interesting way to look at it. You know, how does it feel? At least physically, we may be able to locate it. Okay. So then let's investigate. It seems to be very clearly there. So let's look a little closer, because if it's really there, we should be able to find it. You know, it's like anything. If I put a pencil somewhere in this room, I may not right away find it, but the longer I look for it, eventually I'll find a pen. You know, it's lying there or in a corner or something. So likewise, if that self, that kind of separate self, is really there, just as I can find, you know, if I look for my mind, I start revealing that, I start finding that, you know, my body, you know, my heart, I mean, okay, you know, there's ways of kind of becoming aware of that, and possibly even, you know, look at it by way of a certain machine or something. So likewise with the eye, if that's there, we should be able to find it. Okay. Now, the question is, okay, so there's mind and body, and then there's the eye. So are they separate? So is the eye one with mind and body, or is it separate? That's the only possibility, isn't it? Either it's one with all of those, or it's separate from those. What does it feel like? Is it one, or is it separate? Separate. Okay. Who else would like to go for separate? Separate. Okay, great. Anyone for one? Same as mind and body? Okay, great. All right. So, separate. Let's look at separate. Separate is kind of easy. If it's separate, well, first of all, let's see. If you removed mind and body, would the eye still be there? Those who said it's separate, please. Okay. Those of you who think, okay,
it was a good idea.
It was a good idea. Okay, it feels that way. It definitely feels that way. All right. So let's see. If mind and body are separate from the eye, if the eye is separate from them, so then you could remove your mind, you could remove your body, and you would have to be left with an eye, right? Yeah.
Just to clarify. When we say mind, what exactly do we mean?
Oh, what do we mean?
I'm thinking like activity of the brain, which of course is physical.
Okay. All right. Just a few words about that. So the brain is not the same as the mind. You need the brain. So that's the physical activity. New connections being made. I don't know, electrons. Is that what happens? You know, neurons and electrical kind of charge is being passed on or something, right? And enzymes traveling from one part. Okay, that is all happening. Is that the thing that experiences taste? That tastes that peanut butter and that latte pumpkin whatever, pumpkin latte, spice latte, right? Sorry, this is the first time I ever heard of pumpkin spice latte when I came here. So it's been haunting me. I've never tried it. I see it everywhere. So is that the brain experiencing that pumpkin spice latte? No, it's the mind that experiences that. So you need that. You need the taste buds in your body, on your tongue. You need all that. You need the nerves that go up to the brain. You need all the, you need all that. But there's a separate entity that experiences the taste. That is thinking, oh, I should have that again, or maybe next time I have something else, or like that is the mental, and they're not exactly the same. So it's hard when we're so accustomed to thinking of mind as brain. Then it's very difficult to identify the mind as separate, and it takes some time. But to say that is the experiencer, no, it's like two poles. I think of it as like two poles. Keep it very simple, leaning against one another. In that position, they're very much dependent on one another. They're not identical, but one is slightly affected, the other one's right away affected. So likewise, certain chemicals affect the brain, therefore affect the mind. The mind also affects the brain. If we do meditation or we learn something new, connections are being made. There's constant change. Even if we grow older, there's always change taking place. The plasticity of the brain. So the neuroplasticity is only possible because of the plasticity of the mind. Yeah? And so it goes hand in hand. So that's, when we say the mind, that's the mental, that's the mind we're talking about. And then the physical is the brain. If I say the body, I include the brain. Each neuron, I include each vein, each artery in the body. Yeah, each artery in the body. The skin, the bones, all that is the body. The body parts. So when I say the I is separate, as some of you, this is your, what you need to answer. Okay, so the I is separate from mind and body. Okay, so if it's separate from mind and body, it is separate from the brain, it is separate from the rest of the body, plus it is separate from the experiencing entity that experiences that pumpkin latte, right? Or whatever it is. Or different. So it feels that way because I say my thoughts, right? I'm having weird thoughts today, as if like there's someone who has those thoughts. There are the thoughts here, and the owner of the thoughts, right? This is okay. So that's the self that's different. But then I would ask you, first of all, where could you remove mind and body and thoughts and all that, and still have an I left? And moreover, why would we say I'm sick when my body is sick? Why would I say that? My body is sick. Why would the I be sick? If it's like a different entity. Okay? It's like a different entity.
So, but you could go and remove parts of the mind or parts of the body and still have the I functioning separately without being affected.
But if I removed all of them, if they were separate from mind and body, I could basically remove all of them.
To some point.
To some point. To some point. Okay, if I removed part of my brain, part of my mind, would I still be me? Would I still be the same I? Or would that be a different I? How much can I remove? Yes, you wanted to say something? You raised your hand.
I'm just wondering if you can sort of address the problem I think you were already kind of tackling it. If the I is sort of the set composed of body and mind, for your given body and mind, if you lack the body, then you don't have the I. If you lack the mind, you don't have the I. Or if you lack some large portion of either of them, you don't have the I. But I is still there in body and mind. It's separate, but it's composed. It's necessary to have all the parts, or at least most of the parts, which you're pointing out.
But then how does it exist? Maybe it's all, because it maybe is. You see, like, there's only these two options. If it really exists as separately, as intrinsically the way it appears, it could only be one or separate. So, I mean, I'm not saying there's not another solution. You could also opt for, well, the I is the same as mind and body.
Well, it's both separate and one, right?
It's both separate and one.
It's imposed on it.
It's imposed on it. What does that really mean? What does that mean? What does that mean?
It's the organization of your body and your mind together.
Oh, nice. Here we go into the collection of mind and body, right? Is that what you're saying?
Parts.
Parts. Chunks. Well, let's just okay. Let's just keep it simple. Okay, this flower. This is great. Teaching in Dharma centers is always better than in universities. Because in university, they never have flowers. And the flower is great. So let's just look at this flower. One of those. Like pick a beautiful one. Maybe this one. I don't know. It's a beautiful kind of. Yeah. So this one in particular. Okay. So there's a flower. There seems to be a flower that has a flower, like a, what do you call it, blossom? Yeah, like a blossom, a stem, leaves, and maybe a little bud somewhere. Right? A little baby budkin. So there's a flower that owns those parts. Do you agree? Okay. So where is that flower? Is it separate from its parts, or is it one with its parts? What do you think, this flower? Or any of those flowers? Is it separate, like these parts? They belong. They're the flower petals, right? They're the flower stem. So we use a genitive to imply something that owns those parts. Okay, so the stem, the flower stem. So who's this flower that's separate, that owns those parts? Where is that flower? Is it one with its parts, or is it separate from its parts?
It's the organization of those parts.
Okay, so it's not separate.
Because if you broke it all up into different pieces, it wouldn't still be the flower, even though you still had all the parts. But it's the way that those parts are organized.
Okay, so that's the same kind of idea. If the self was separate from mind and body, if you were to conceptually, of course we cannot do that physically, but take away body and mind, you would end up with a self, and that's bizarre, right? That wouldn't happen. So same as here with this flower, if you were to take apart the parts, then you would still end up with a flower, and that's impossible. We can all easily take it apart and not find a flowerness, right? Some essence. We don't find that. But the question is, does it still appear that way nonetheless? Is there a sense with certain things that there is some intrinsic nature within it? So sometimes I ask people, do you give names to your car? Some people have. I remember I talked to someone whose car has been called Betsy for many years. So there's Betsy the car. So you give names to your car. So there seems to be some personality, some carness that goes beyond these parts. There's some essence there. And I've also met people who say, what are you talking about? There are people who have that and people who don't have that. Possibly with a house too. If you lived in a house and you love a house, there seems to be some personality to that house, some houseness. Does that make sense? I can see faces go, and others go, So it's different for everyone, right? Cars, houses, things that give us protection and make our lives more comfortable.
How about with animate objects, like
inanimate
a dog?
Objects. Oh, an animate object, definitely.
Can I give a name of a dog? Like,
of course, a dog anyway, like a living being. There seems to be a gapness. No, I mean gap, right? Gap as in your name, gap. So gapness. Like there's your mind, there's your body, and a kind of a gapness, a kind of essence.
Gape.
It's not gap. Oh, gape.
Gapeness.
There's a gap there.
Well, there's a gap. Both.
Okay, there's a gap to the gapeness. So gapeness, right? A gapeness, right? Is that right? Okay, so there's a gapeness. So there seems to be something very evasive when we start looking for it, very difficult. That's why I'm doing this analysis, because deep inside we feel that way. There's something there, deep inside, and we felt that way always, and we do it with everything. So now there's no way I can now get in touch with that unless I use the more coarser kind of rational. That's where we need to start, because does that actually make sense? Is it the way it appears? Is that actually possible? That's what I'm investigating right now. So, basically I think we can agree that saying it's separate doesn't work. Can you all agree on that? So with the flower, there's no separate flower, because if we were to take apart the parts, we wouldn't find it. So likewise with the mind and body, if you removed all the parts to a person, different types of mind, the different states of mind, the different type of body parts, if we were conceptually, if we were able to remove those, let's say, would we be left with an eye? No, we wouldn't be. So even though it feels to be very separate, and I think neuroscientists, they would feel the same way. Like this idea, I think someone told me this once, that neuroscientists at some point have also looked at the kind of thing, what is it that makes the person? What is it in the brain? And they didn't find anything. You know, you don't need a control center anywhere. It just does its job. It works very well, you know. Chemicals going back and forth, and neurons and neurons and whatever synapses, they just do their thing, and you don't need to control it. It's like it does its own thing. It just beautifully. Just like in a tree, you know, it's like just does its thing. There's not like some kind of controller room of the tree. Okay, I need to get that stuff here and that stuff there. It just does its thing. So that's this idea the eye is not separate. Okay, but if it's not separate, then the only other possibility is that the eye, what is the eye? That sense of an eye. Is it one with mind and body? That's the only possibility. So let's say it is, right? It's one with mind and body. Yes. Pardon? You still think it's separate? The flower is separate from its parts?
What I'm thinking is that I, not as a controller, but as it's our current sense of I is the current organization of our mind and body. With that being impermanent, the mind and the body stuff is going to change over lifetimes, right? And the eye will continue.
But the mind will continue?
Not in its current organizational form.
The eye also not in its current organizational form. I mean, if you're saying there has to be something separate because the eye continues on, you know, the mind continues on, the body continues on, always changing, and there's a continuum. I mean, of your body, it continues. Maybe not together with you. It continues in a different form, and with you, there's always that mind, right? And it's always changing, and your eye is always changing.
But my current sense of I is my current state, my current organization. I was just thinking about the kids who know who they are in the next lifetime.
Who know who they are in their next lifetime. Okay, well, you see...
Their bodies are different, their minds are different, but their eye is still the same.
Okay, the eye is still the same. You're saying the eye is still the same. So you're saying it's not changing moment by moment? When you say the eye is still the same, does that mean it has not changed? Pardon?
I think there's an evolution to it, but I think it's separate from the mind and the body, but I'm just like talking it out here.
Right, and your reason is because we can remember what we did yesterday.
Or for some of those children, it sounds like they could remember what they died of in their last lifetime.
But their remembrance actually remembers, right? It's their memory, it's this type of mind. When it comes down to it, you say they remember, and if they remember, there must be some permanent I. Well, they would then say the mind is permanent because it's actually the part of the mind that remembers. What remembers? Right? When I say I think, it's actually the mind that thinks. When I say I remember, it's a state of mind that remembers. Then you would have to say the mind is also permanent. I mean, actually, when it comes down to it, that which remembers is the mind. Right?
That's true.
That's true, right? So, is there really a separate I? Because when you say, I walk, what is walking is the legs, really. The body. Right? If I say I'm angry, what is actually angry? It's a state of mind. Okay? But that's just, I'm just trying to confuse you. You need to be confused. It's working good.
So what is creating karma?
Okay, let's leave that for the time being. Good question, good question. Keep that question in mind. Okay, what is creating karma? So the I, let's say, you still want to be the I separate, or can we move towards the, let's investigate now the I as being one with mind and body. Should we go there? And then we can always still go back. Okay, it's one with mind and body. Okay, if it's one with mind and body, there are different parts to the body and different parts to the mind. So we have a multiple phenomenon here. But we only have one I. So either we end up with lots of I's, making it a multiple kind of personality, right? Lots of I's, lots of different minds. sorry, lots of body parts, lots of, you know. So all those are the I. Well, then something that is, you know, plural becomes singular. Or something which is singular, such as the I, that becomes plural. So which one is it? Or neither? Right? Because if we say it's all of those are plural, whereas the I is just one. Yes.
You can have them both if it's an organization.
You can have them both if it's an organization.
If the I is composed of a large number of things, both mental things and physical things, you can have a singular I composed of a plural group of other things.
So all these many different things are just one?
Well, they compose a single thing.
How do they compose?
Parts of
Are labeled. Okay. All right. Well, okay, let's go back to that. All right, I like that. So you're saying, okay, let me help you there. You're saying the collection of body and mind is the I.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, the collection of body and mind organized in a specific way is the I.
Absolutely, you're right. Yes, like if it was like all over the place, well, yeah, then it wouldn't say okay. But we can, you know, all over the place. Of course, it sounds a little bizarre. It's not like my legs and arms are like all over. But let's say like a car or like a flower. It has to be arranged in a certain way, and the collection of those. So you're saying the collection of those are the I. Wonderful. Okay, great. Let's look at that. Okay, so it's everything, right? It's everything. You cannot say this is not part, it's everything, right? Everything? Okay, great. So do you see me? Do you see me?
Yeah.
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 Yeah, right. Yeah, better, right? Do you see my hand?
Yes, I see the palm of your hand.
Oh, no, this I didn't ask. Do you see my hand? Do you see my hand?
Yeah.
You see my hand. Great, wonderful. So my hand is the collection of all the parts. But you don't see the collection of all the parts. You don't see all the parts. You don't see the inside, you don't see the back. Right?
No, but
so if my hand is the collection of the parts, to see the hand, you need to see that. You're saying they're the same, right? I'm arguing with you. If it's not separate, it can only be one. And then you said yes, very beautiful. You said yes. It's not just all of those. It's arranged in a certain way. And the plural and singular is not a problem because it's just a collection. And there's a collection. And then basically, because it's imputed on, all right, let's say that. We accept that too. Okay, so my hand, therefore, you see my hand. You see my hand, all right? You need to say you see my hand, otherwise you don't see anything. If you don't see my hand. But you don't see the collection of my hand. So how can you say you see my hand if you don't see the collection? Because my hand is the same as the collection of its parts.
I have an answer for that.
Please.
So I can see the arrangement of parts that look like a hand, and I associated being connected to you with you, so thus I'd call it your hand.
What, you just call it that, or is it my hand? What you're seeing is my actual hand?
I have great faith that it is your hand.
Oh, is there anything you actually can see without faith? Just a second. Yeah.
Well, it's sort of following, do you have to be able to perceive the whole thing at once for it to exist?
That's the question, but if you define, if I ask you, what is my hand? And you say, it's the collection of all those parts, right? Then I'm asking you to define, to give a definition of that. And if you define it, okay, it's all of those together, that's my hand. Well, then to perceive my hand, you need to perceive all those. Otherwise, my hand exists in a different way. How can I say you perceive my hand if you don't perceive the collection of all of those? What is it you see to perceive my hand?
You see the organization of that collection of parts.
What do you mean by that, the organization of the collection of parts?
Well,
you see an organization, but definitely not of the
fingers, and so I can count the total number of fingers that I think that I see. I'm pretty sure you don't have any fingers hiding inside the palm of your hand. So you don't have an alien's hand or something like that. So.
No, okay, that's true. But then you can actually, every time you see a hand, you don't actually see a hand. You see things that are non-hand.
Yes.
Lots of non-hands. Right? You see a collection of non-hands, and then you say you see your hand. That's like saying I see a collection of sheep, and therefore I see goat. Right? It's a collection of non-hand allows me to see hand. Huh? Right? It's a collection of something which is not hand. We say it's hand. And when I see the collection of non-hands, I see hand.
Then you could never see a hand then, right?
Right? You never see a hand. Okay. And you don't see me. You don't see me, right? And you feel so strongly, you see me. I see Kelsang Wangmo.
So
right?
we see a part of you then,
You see a part of me. Okay, great. This is really, yeah. So you see a part of me. You also see a part of me, right? You see a part of me. Really, when it comes down to it, you see a part of me. Great. Okay. So you don't see a hand.
see a part of a hand.
Okay, great. Part of a hand. Which part do you see?
The front.
The front.
Yeah.
The palm. Do you see the whole palm?
Yes.
Not the inside of the, you know, it's a little bit more to the palm. It's not just this. I mean, there's also the cells just underneath it. Without those, you couldn't have the palm. So you don't see that either, right? And if I ask, do you see my thumb? You don't see the back of my thumb, not the inside of the thumb.
What if we define the hand as just what you can see from the outside?
Oh, just what you can see from the outside. That's the definition of the hand. Great. So the inside of the hand is not the hand.
But then we wouldn't know if she had a cyborg hand.
But trust me on that one. Okay, it's actually a hand. Yes.
It goes back to what you were talking about, what you actually know.
Pardon?
It goes back, I think, to what you were talking about earlier, is what you actually know, when you brought up the Big Bang and things like that, and how do scientists know? They don't know, they can only infer.
Certain things they know. Certain things they know, definitely.
But they've only inferred it.
But inferential knowledge is still knowledge. I can infer there's smoke, there's fire in my neighbor's house. I can incontrovertibly realize that by relying on a correct reason.
How do you know that somebody hasn't lit a bottle of incense or something like that that smells like smoke outside of your window?
Right. I mean, I need to identify the smoke correctly first. But there's certain what do you call it? Like the effect of fire. If I identify that correctly, then it can only arise from fire. And incense fire is still fire, by the way.
Can we not infer your hand was there?
Pardon?
Can we not infer that your hand is a hand?
Well, you see, I'm not asking so much about whether the hand is here or not. I'm saying how it exists. I'm saying we can prove the existence of something by looking at the result, or, you know, inferring on the basis of that. But how it exists, we are here actually not denying the existence of hand or flower or eye. We want to see how it exists. That's what we're looking at. Do I exist? Do you exist? Yes. But how? How does this hand exist? I'm just trying to confuse you to get to a point, right? And this is very much this kind of confusion is said to be great. Our teachers, you know, do this all the time, confuse us and then tell us just go debate. And you know, sometimes the confusion would just grow bigger and you just get used to getting confused, and you know, and slowly you see a little bit here, a little bit there, and yeah. Anyway, but what I'm trying to do here is basically, it seems so obvious, it seems so clearly there. Usually I mean, hand is here, this is there, and we react. But when we look a little closer, we can see some of these inconsistencies, like an optical illusion. It seems to be so clearly there. I'm sure you've seen those cubes and little things, you know, like it seems so solidly there. And then suddenly, you realize, oh my God, for years I thought it was that, but it isn't. And again, I need to show you, I mean, the purpose of the exercise needs to be there, because out of this, we act and react all the time, out of that perception of I and others. And most scarily, I. The fulfillment of my wishes. That is, my whole life is about that, right? The fulfillment of my wishes. My wishes, my attachment to the fulfillment of my wishes. That's what life is all about. But what is that I? If that I, whose wishes I try to, or the wishes of which I try to fulfill, it better exists. It better exist the way it appears, because that's controlling my entire life. My energy is totally spent towards the fulfillment of that. It better exist. And so when I look for it, oh my gosh, where is it? It's not separate. One. Because if we say it's one, I mean, yes, I can. You're trying beautifully and very hard, but if you, I mean, you know, the way you just describe it. But the organization of that and the collection of that, and you know, lots of non-hands make a hand. You know, and there's a discrepancy. Actually, even if it existed, let's say, that way, it's not how it appears. It's not how it appears. To us, the I, the sense of an I that is responsible for all our actions, is not all of the parts of the body. It's not even that. It doesn't feel that way. It feels separate, actually. Right? It feels something separate, a controller. Yeah, definitely different from mind and body. So even if we were just in that situation, we were stuck with that situation, oh, it's like all parts. That already, if we really got a sense of that, our selfishness would be reduced. Does that make sense? Because we don't have a sense of all of those parts being the I. We don't have a sense. That's not what controls us. There's something separate, something bigger. Okay? But I want to go back to the reasoning. Yes?
So, but I think our culture tells us that we are our body and mind.
Nice. Our culture tells us in certain situations, right?
Because the face cream.
The face cream, the whole slimness, kind of certain shapes. Yes, absolutely. I am my body. At times it feels that way, you know. And we're unhappy with ourselves because of the body. We sometimes very strongly identify with the body. That's true. So there is that part too, interestingly, and that's also mentioned in the scriptures, even though 2,600 years ago there wasn't that exact body image and wrinkle creams weren't such an issue, I think. But absolutely, so there's a sense of my body. I'm my body. I'm my body, at times. I'm my mind, true. That happens. Very good point. Sometimes totally separate. So it's just a creation of the mind. I mean, that's the whole point. But even when we see, okay, so this hand is a collection of parts, and that is the I, well, the problem is if all of this was the hand, or if all of this was the I, then whatever, if the I does something, all of these parts would have to do them. Right? That would also be something. For example, if I'm walking, you know, if I'm jogging, if I'm running, okay, and I was the collection of all these parts, every part would have to be jogging. But my nose is not jogging. My ears are not jogging. It's really just my legs that are jogging, right? So if I say the I is jogging and the I is the collection of all those parts, what does that mean? Each and every part is jogging?
That's not all the I is doing.
No, it's not only, but it's definitely jogging.
Yes.
It can do other things. At the same can chew chewing gum, all right, but the legs are not chewing.
Recruited into running.
Pardon?
And all the parts necessary to run are recruited into running.
No, but how can I say the I runs when all the parts are not running and the I is all the parts? You just said
because the I is doing other things as well. So it's also breathing, which is what your nose is doing. It's also thinking, which is what your mind is.
But that's not what I'm saying. Just because it does something else. No. My logic is not that. I'm not saying the I is not doing something else. I'm saying if the I is all those parts, the collection of all these parts, then all these parts have to be doing that. And you're saying, no, they're not all doing that because the I does something else. That's a different kind of, yeah, the I is also breathing and the I is also doing that, but the I is the collection. So the collection of these parts, how can we say the I is running if actually just the legs are running and all the other parts are not running? How can we say the I is running?
I think it's implied, as you were saying, that the legs are moving, the respiratory system is breathing, my eyes are watching, all that seems to be implied in the word running, right? Because you couldn't have running without everything else.
You could be blind and run.
If you completely described everything the I was doing, you would have a complete description of the things that the parts, at least a functional description of what the parts are engaged in. I mean, I'm not going to mention, you know, and my cells are respirating, and blood is pumping, and my DNA is methylating, and that would take a while.
Okay, but no, okay, you need to say that. It's, you know, we know that it happens, but the I is doing that, right? The I. So when you say the I is the same as the collection of the parts, does that make sense what I'm saying? So all of those parts are the I, and I say the I is running. Don't all these parts have to run?
Why?
How can I say that the legs, how can I say that the I is running when only the legs are running? How can I say the self is running when only the legs are running? How can I say, you know, the I is breathing when actually only the lungs are breathing? How can I say that if the I is none of those? And when I say they're part of the I, well, are they part of the I? What is the I that owns them? Because it's all of those, there's no part possessor that possesses the parts because they're all one. I mean, actually, a part possessor implies something different from the parts, right?
What if you said my legs are jogging?
Yeah, my legs are jogging. Whose legs? Your legs. Where's the I that owns those legs? It's the same as the legs. So how can it own those legs? The legs of the legs? Right? I know, it's confusing, and it's supposed to be so. Yes?
Is that kind of saying something like, I had the intention of doing something, but...
You had the intention of doing something.
Well, I had the intention of being nice, but then something else came out and it hurt the other person's feeling. Is that kind of like that?
I'm not...
Where the I is kind of...
What is the I that has the intention? What is the intent?
Like the mind or the thought? Like,
that's
I thought I
of
was
the...
going to do something nice, but whatever I did ended up hurting the other person's feeling. Is that...
Right, that's actually the mind having a good intention, and another mind deciding, all right, I'm just going to do what I want to do. So different states of mind pop up, and one had the intention of being beneficial, but then another mind kind of took over and was selfish. So that's like two different, but there's no I involved. Where's the I there? It's like one mind and another mind, and then they control the happening in the body. So then I act out selfishly, even though initially I had a good intention. That's really what happens. So where's the I? Where's that I involved? And we don't need an I. You have legs that walk. You have a mind that has an intention. So where's that I? We don't need an I, do we? Do we need an I?
Conventional. Yes, I think it was a good point that you said, I don't know, like 10 minutes ago. But it was like we could sit and talk about how the I exists and all that, and I could come up with for sake of debate, I could come up with a lot of different arguments, but we do not perceive it like that, because you said, but is that how you perceive it? When you're talking about, look at my hand, and then you look at inside you, but is that how we perceive it? We don't perceive it like that.
Okay, we don't perceive it to be the collection of those parts. That's
correct.
Right.
We see it like a whole.
We see something solely separate, right?
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. But I still want to kind of challenge you, because it feels like I do such and such. When we walk, okay, what's actually walking is the legs. But does it feel like you pick up an invisible I, kind of like, not just the legs walk, but there seems to be an invisible I that's also picked up and is walking now. Is that how it feels? Right? Does it feel that way when I say I walk, or I talk, or I mean, really that which is talking is not the I, it's all non-I's. It's legs and mouth, that's not an I, the leg. So where's that I that's actually also talking? Where does that come in?
What if the mind was
Oh, good, okay, great. So let's say the mind is the I. So you never could say my anger. You cannot say my mind, right? That's incorrect. It's incorrect to say my mind.
Yes, that'd be correct.
That'd be incorrect. And which mind are you, by the way? The anger, the eye consciousness, the ear, they all exist at the same time. Eye, ear, nose, they all exist at the same time. And I still say, my eye consciousness, my anger, my love.
Well, I guess the eye, the five sense sensations could be considered physical.
They could be considered physical.
It's the mind interpreting the physical senses, I suppose.
But sometimes you have two minds arise at the same time. So which one is it?
Are you trying to say there's no need for an I?
Are you trying to say there's no need for an I? Good question. Good question. Are you trying to say there's no need for an I? Is there a need for an I?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And it's definitely very, very strongly here. Right? Okay, feels so strongly here. Okay, now let me give you the Buddha's explanation, because I did say the I is there. Okay, I did say the I is there. All right, I give you the Buddha's explanation. As you said correctly, every now and then you threw it in there. Okay, so what is the I? It is just imputed on the basis of whichever parts do something. So we have a basis of imputation, which is mind and body. And when the legs move, we say, I move. We impute I on the legs. We impute I on the mind, right? When we think something. Can you find such an I? No, because it's just imputed, it's designated. It's designated on that. Just as with the flower. You know, when you have this flower, what is the flower? Is there a flower separate from its parts? No, of course there isn't. We impute flower. On the basis of these parts, we impute flower. So we need someone who imputes. We need a mind to impute flower on this. And when you remove the flower, that, you know, idea or concept, the flower is gone. You have parts. You have parts there. But you don't find a flower different from that imputation. You can't find that. You can't find an I. So there actually isn't a separate I. It's just imputed. It's just labeled on the parts of the body. When the hand writes, we say I write. It's the sake of convenience. But then we add more of an existence to it. We add more of an existence to it. It seems there is something more. It's not just that we label it an I. There seems to be something from its own side. It takes on this separate existence. And takes on a separate existence. Of course it actually doesn't, but there's a sense of it. There's a mind, an awareness that perceives a separate I. Does that make sense? And that governs us, and that governs our thoughts, and is responsible for all our problems and difficulties. Because that I can just not be found. It cannot be found. And there's the way to understand that the I, usually we try to negate first that which is extra. So there's a lot of emphasis on negation. Because what our mind does right away, when we perceive something, right away we add that extra, intrinsic, objective existence. It's totally subjective. It's totally dependent on imputation. But we have a sense there's an objective reality out there waiting to reveal itself. There's that sense, and we need to get in touch with that sense. There's a sense that you perceive all the same that I perceive. If I look around this room, and that's totally impossible. We have, what is reality? What is the external reality? Is the summary of each and everyone's experience. Is there another objective reality? Impossible. What would that be? Impossible. And each and everyone has a very unique experience of this world. So from a Buddhist point of view, it comes from the mind. There's nothing objectively out there, but it still appears that way. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Yes.
I just want to add something. One of my favourite quotes I read, I was studying neuroscience at George Mason, and it's that no one can see outside of, just speaking on perception, so no one can see outside of their skull, and because there's no such thing as colour in the external world, it's all imputed by our brains. The only thing that is there is wave frequency, different wavelengths, and so when you're talking about perception and an external objective reality.
Beautiful. Yeah. This is what physicists talk about too, right? That not only do you have the observed, but you need an observer too. Or like colors. Yes, actually colors, there are no colors out there. It's the interpretation of our brain of those waves, of those, what do you call those?
Wavelengths.
Wavelength?
Yeah, wavelengths.
Yeah, so the interpretation of that. Does it feel that way? Not at all. It's like, this fly over there sees exactly what I see. Right? Okay. And that's where the gap is. There's of course that intellectual, but how does it feel? It feels very different. It feels very different. And we have to start off here to get to an emotional level. That's the difficult part. Right? We have to start off here and really deepen that. And if in the meantime it's so difficult, well, when these things arise and someone says something horrific and emotions arise, just remind yourself, they only arise because phenomena appear to exist in one way, but they actually don't exist that way. To every now and then remind us, it's just like an illusion. It's just like an illusion. So then we don't right away react. We react right away because of that deep holding on to, external, objective existence. I mean external as in like objectively outside of ourselves. That's the whole problem. And when we start looking for the phenomena, when we start searching for them, we don't find anything. Because it just comes from the mind. We label. So I and other, that is just, we label that for the sake of convenience, and we can agree to disagree on that. Right? So we say that phenomena do not exist intrinsically, inherently, objectively, the way they appear. How do they exist? As interdependent. So there are three types of interdependence. There's the interdependence or the dependence on causes and conditions, on parts, and on imputation. So when you look around the flower, for example, how does it exist? It exists as a result of lots of causes and conditions coming together. It's not just the flower seed. It's not just the water. So many factors coming together to create what we call a flower. So the flower depends on these causes and conditions. And with the causes and conditions, what's very interesting, because I've just said, you cannot really find the flower. If you start looking for it, you just find the emptiness of the flower. The emptiness of intrinsic existence of the flower. Right? When you start looking for it. Because when you start looking, you look for something intrinsically there, and you don't find something intrinsically. Conventionally, yes. Intrinsically, no. Okay. So, let's even look at dependent, if we look at the kind of types of dependent originations, because if something exists, if the flower exists, it was created by causes and conditions, right? So there was a moment it was produced. Would you say so? If there is a moment it was produced, this takes the confusion a little further to another kind of, or taking it to a different perspective. If it was produced, there must be a moment when it was newly produced. Okay? Does everyone agree? Okay. So is there a smallest moment in time? Is there a smallest moment in time? Or can you subdivide a moment further and further and further? Can you? Conceptually at least? Right? You can. You cannot posit a smallest moment. You would maybe like to. It's much more, okay, the smallest building block in time at least, whoa. But actually you can divide it up further and further. Okay, so can you find the exact moment the flower was produced? Actually you can't. If there's no smallest moment in time, the exact moment, that moment can again be subdivided. So again, we can't even find a moment when the flower came into existence. Forget about can't even posit the flower. On top of not being able to posit what the flower exact is, we can't even posit a moment when it came into existence. So can we posit a present flower? A present moment of flower? Can we? If any moment can be subdivided. If we can't posit a present moment of the flower, there's no future and no past flower. Yes? Yes?
There's always an energy. There's always an energy with, if you look at it from a microscopic, there's always just energy.
Okay, so it's just energy. Okay, that's all right. But when does that energy, when is the energy of the flower created? When is it a flower? What is the exact moment? It seems so clearly to be a flower. This is a flower. This is a microphone. This is the table. Very clearly laid out. I'm very clear about that. My entire life is organized around those things. But when I look a little closer, where's the flower? Where does it start? Where's the first moment? Where does it start? Where does it end? Okay? I'm just trying to kind of undo the sense of reality is just there. It's so obvious. And my whole emotions, they come from that perception of reality. But when I look a little closer, right? Scientists have found colors are just wavelength, just physical objects. And then if to take the Buddhist kind of idea of moments in time, you don't find the moment the flower was produced. You don't even find the flower itself. No past flower, no future flower, because there's no present flower. Right? Because each present moment can be subdivided. You don't find an exact present. So you don't find anything. Do you find anything? Okay. Then you have the dependence on parts. Again, we did that before. If you take away the parts, the thing stops existing. And then you have the dependence on imputation. So three types of dependent origination. Phenomena exist because they're the effect of causes and conditions. They exist because they're made of parts. And they exist because they're labeled. That's how they exist. Do they have any existence from their own side, like an objective kind of? No, absolutely not. So understanding that, but that's so difficult. We may just have some kind of coarse intellectual understanding, but we need to actually incontrovertibly understand that. And incontrovertibly understanding that means no matter what someone tells us, we have first-hand understanding of that. No one can tell us anything else. We have never any doubt about that. And if that takes place, the sense of an I that controls everything, that sense is weakened, very much weakened. So I need this, I need that. It's gone. The chair's empty, right? The chair's empty. I mean, there's not this it's not there. Okay? It's just the mind, different states of mind, together with the body, working really nicely with one another. And just one type of mind, hold on to this illusion of an I. It's just one state of mind, very powerful state of mind. It's always like, it's not ever present, it also lies dormant, but even while it lies dormant, it gives us this illusion of a separate I. And all the problems in this world come from this, that all of us have that kind of perception. Well, I guess, maybe some of you don't, but I do. And then you need to check whether you do or not. Does that make sense? So that's the Buddhist idea of selflessness. The self is just imputed on the I and body. So on the, when I write something, I impute I write. There's no separate I in that. It's just imputed. I is just imputed on the head, on the body. On their legs when I walk. On anything. Yes.
Isn't the personality sort of caught up with the I? Like.
Yeah, very much. With the sense of an I.
Wouldn't you lose?
Pardon?
So wouldn't you lose some of that if you lost your sense of I? Do you lose your?
Good question. Good question. And there's fear. When people start think about that, there's said to be a natural. There's said to be a natural fear. There's natural fear. But there's also great relief. I'm free, finally. I need that, it's gone. I mean, you lose a part of your personality. Well, the personality that holds on to an I, that part you lose. But, you see, what you also lose is like, there's more room for others. Because it's not just I, me, and mine the whole time. I mean, a lot of time and energy is spent towards fulfilling, gratifying that I that doesn't exist anywhere. Right? So then, what can we do? What is I? What is it? Because of that I want to be happy. I want to be free from suffering. Now I have time for others to be free from suffering. Which compassion is defined as a mind that wants others to be free from suffering. I have that space and I have the time to look at others' problems. We're still caught in that. So if you lose that sense of an I, you still exist. The mind is still there. The mind is still continuing. And so then compassion can really take place. It's not just my friends that I have compassion with, or my countrymen, or anyone. Because this I and others, it's just not there. It's just a creation of the mind. It just depends. I can decide I includes, Gabe. And from then on, if he's included, then his happiness, our happiness is just as important. Like his happiness is my happiness. And I would work towards it in an equal sense. I can include everyone in this room. Or maybe anyone in this world. Oh my God, my head's out of control. Anyone in this world, right? I could include. Does that make sense? So you don't lose, you actually gain. I mean, so much more you can do. And when you watch the lamas, you see, we're so fortunate because they're these great lamas who I have no doubt they've understood that their self doesn't exist the way it appears. Right? So then His Holiness the Dalai Lama, I mean, sometimes people ask, wouldn't you have, isn't it good to be angry, and wouldn't you have much more energy to do things, and the sense of I, isn't that really important? Look at His Holiness, how much energy he's got. So much more energy. Why? Because it's not like I, me, mine, it's everyone else. And there's such a transformation. I mean, literally, when you talk about the Dalai Lama, people who have never met him, they go, And I say the word sometimes in German to people who have never met them. They smile, they're like, oh yes! Their faces lit up. Even just now when I mention his name, you should see your faces. It's like right away. Because it affects us. It's this incredible love and care that His Holiness has for others. Why? Because the space, sense of I gone. Lose a part of that personality? I'd love to lose that part. But as I said yesterday, we all have a personality like His Holiness. Underneath that sense of an I. It's all there. Buddhism is not about gaining something new. It's all there. It's just a matter of removing that which is extra, which makes us suffer and which limits us. We're very narrow-minded. I mean mine, very limited. So to remove those blindfolds and to see others too. I, just as important as everyone else. And so then with that vastness, we have that already here. You just remove the extra. And that's why I think it's so beautiful. Buddhahood, the word Bud means awake, to awaken. Right? Like a flower bud. Same bud, this comes from the Sanskrit bud, to awaken. So we're like little flower buds, kind of really narrowing ourselves down. Such beauty inside. But we don't see it. You're not aware of it. And we suffer so badly in that restriction. We're like in a prison with the doors wide open, and we keep inside. It's beautiful paradise outside. We stay in the moldy little cells. Doors are wide open, but we don't want to go. It's funny, right? Yes.
So are you saying in the teaching there is an I, but it's also teaching us to lose that I?
There's a merely conventional I. It's like we just impute I. We just for the sake of convenience. When I write something, I say I write. I impute I on this hand. Is there a separate kind of I? No. It's just a label. It's just labeled on the basis of this hand. Okay, I write. For the sake of convenience. Right? For the sake of convenience. My legs walk. Is there anything but my legs that walk? No. But I then impute I on the legs. Right? I impute, I walk. It's just for the sake of convenience. But I believe in something more than that. I believe it's not just imputed. There is an extra I that now walks. Kind of being picked up and walking at the same time while my legs are walking.
And that's the part that we should lose?
Yeah, that part is not there. And we have an illusion of it. That's the one that makes us go, my happiness, not as important as yours. No, other way around. My happiness is more important than yours. But check, we need to see. We need to really check. And this is what I said this morning. Think, like in the moment when anger arises, go before the anger. What was there before? Right? When someone says those words, oh, he said I suck. Is that a bad thing to say? No, right? It's not such a bad thing. Okay. I sometimes use words where Americans go, oh my God! Okay. In Dharamsala we say shit all the time. And Americans come like, oh. Anyway. I noticed you don't even say toilet, you say restroom. It's the one thing I never do in a toilet. Never mind, okay. Okay, so someone... Never mind, that's just funny enough. But the point is like, what was the word? Oh, you suck. If someone says that, there's a sense of, they say that to me? Right away I take it personal. Like there was something here that was heard. He or she heard me. There's a strong sense of an I that's heard. I say, heard my feeling, but which feeling is heard? It doesn't really feel like a feeling is heard. The feeling is still there. It still works, but an I is heard. There seems to be, what is heard? You just notice that. Because this objective I has been, this objectively precious I, has been heard by an objectively horrible person, with this objectively negative. So if we add this kind of, give it more of an existence, it actually has. It's just imputed. Just words we call negative. And then they take on, as if like an invisible reality, a negativity that we just gave them. But now they're really from their own side negative. And that person, who used to be my best friend maybe, the moment they say those words, 100% change. Friends of 20 years, wow, all changed. And as I said before, we add something, an intrinsic badness, and this badness grows like a cloud carried around us. And I'm exaggerating here a little bit just for the sake of clarity, but I'm sure we've all had that experience of some words, they can go around a whole day, right? Just before work, we have an argument with our spouse, and all day long, right? Just this, and how dare they? This is all the sense of some objective existence. It appears that way. It doesn't exist that way. What was the I that was heard? Let's find that one first. I'm heard. What is heard? My mind still works perfectly. No bones broken. Right? And even if my bones were broken, what is the I that is heard? It's just a bone broken. It's going to grow together again. Yes.
So how do you go about realizing this at a deeper level?
Yeah, that's the question. That's so difficult. That's so difficult because I have a strong tendency, a strong habit. So just think about it again and again. I can recommend a wonderful book by His Holiness. It's called How to See Yourself as You Really Are. It's relatively new. It's a wonderful book. You can't read it like a novel. A page a day, maybe. Maybe you have to read the same page over and over. But it's great, you know. You don't have to buy that many books. Just that one. Right? Get that book. And then read, and you know, like one chapter, and go back, and really think about it. Really reflect on it. And don't just take it like up here. Try to really, what does that mean to me? Situations when the sense of an I was there very strongly. How does that change things? Right? And the selfish mind, you can't help it. It'll just weaken. Yes, please. It was written, I'm not sure written by His Holiness, but it's His Holiness the Dalai Lama. I mean, he probably taught it, and then it was written down by Jeffrey Hopkins, I think. It was edited by Jeffrey Hopkins. Yes, and it's available as a Kindle book, that I know for a fact. Those of you who use Kindle. And it's also available, I think it's been published widely. I'm sure it's available on Amazon. Pardon? Yeah. It's available. Pardon? Amazon, yeah. Don't want to make advertising, but that's where I've seen it. Yes.
I have one more question. I think this gentleman touched on it at the beginning, and you said let's hold on, and that's if there is no I, then how does karma? So what does that
Great, that question. Thank you for reminding me. Okay. I said there is a conventionally existent I, right? A conventionally existent I. So like what creates the karma? It's the mind, you know, a mind there's an intention. I mean karma, it's like it's like walking. Walking is imputed on, you know, the action of movements in time. You know, you could like take a picture. On the basis of that we impute karma. Walking. So karma just means action. So, you know, there's an action, a mind arises, then from that mind, maybe a verbal action takes place, that's the verbal action. So all those together, we impute karma. And since there's a kind of natural law, that is a conventional natural law, that then gives rise to certain results. So the creator of karma is the conventionally imputed I. On the basis of mind and body, something is happening, an imprint is left, so a karma is created. So there's no kind of separate I, even though it feels that way, but a conventional I. For the sake of convenience, we impute flour, we impute microphone, and so forth. Okay. So that's the conventional I.
I guess, so between lifetimes.
Pardon?
Between lifetimes?
Oh, between lifetimes, what happens? Okay, good question.
Sort of attached to, you know,
great, good question.
Everything perishes at the end of the
Good question, good question. All right. So right now, the I consists of a coarser mind that accumulates, you know, lots of actions, and they're left on the mental consciousness. And then when we pass away, what happens is the brain shuts down, the body shuts down, and the coarser types of mind, they dissolve into the subtle mind that sits at the heart chakra. It's a very subtle mind that sits at the heart chakra that is usually not active while we're alive. Okay? And all the coarse mind dissolves into that with all the imprints, yeah, the karmic imprints. And then the subtle mind leaves the body and, you know, due to the karmic force, is reborn. It enters a fertilized egg or whatever, you know, kind of, let's say if it's a rebirth as a human being, the fertilized egg, the consciousness enters it, and the brain, it stays in that kind of very subtle state until there's a coarser basis, such as the brain, that starts evolving, the coarser mind manifests, and the person is born and so forth. So if you say any of those are the I, that's impossible, because the subtle mind is not active right now, but the I is active. Now the coarse mind is active. At that time only the subtle mind. Then again the coarse mind is active. So none of those is the I, because they're separate at different times. We just impute I, or we impute person on those. And they just work very nicely on their own, different states of mind arising. Right? And that's reborn, and then again come into existence. That's the Buddhist explanation. So when we die, the coarser mind needs to dissolve because the brain, the basis of it's not working anymore. And this is also something incredible. The subtle mind is really, really powerful. And when you're a meditator and you've realized, how the I really exists and so forth, you also start to work with the subtle mind to utilize it. And you have these great lamas, these great practitioners, when they die, the Xhosa mind dissolves into the subtle mind and they can hold it there. And that I've seen with my own eyes, and I didn't just make it up. Where they're dead, they're actually dead. There's no brain activity, no heartbeat, no blood circulation, and they stay, and still there's no what's it called? The body doesn't decompose. The body doesn't. What's another word for decompose? Degenerate, or there's no signs of there's no smell whatsoever. Why? Because the consciousness has not left the body yet. They keep that subtle mind to meditate with it. And one of my teachers, when he passed away, he stayed in that state for 5 days, 5 or 7 days. So when someone dies, usually, and that was during the monsoon, it was the humidity was about 90%. It was 30 degrees Celsius. I don't know what that's in Fahrenheit. Pretty hot, anyway. 80, 82, I think. Maybe it's hotter than that, I think. 90% humidity, and he was dead. But there was no decomposition. The body just stayed, because the mind hasn't left yet. So they stayed with that very subtle clear light and they meditate for 5 days. One just recently passed away 2 years ago, 18 days. 18 days, and the body, and now scientists are looking at that. His Holiness has said they should check out these meditators who work with the mind, and I'm taking it here a little bit to a different level, but I just want to inspire you to meditate more and to deal more with the mind, because there are these incredible states that you can reach where even death is not scary anymore. Death is so scary to us, but actually there's nothing scary about death. It's just, death is the end of one thing, the beginning of something new. And for practitioners, it's a wonderful opportunity to utilize the mind and to meditate in this state. So there's some incredible things. So the things we can do with our mind, we just can't do right now, because we're like these flower buds. Right? We're just caught in I, me, and mine. All our energy is spent towards that. Okay. Yeah, so this is what happens when we die. The subtle mind moves on. If you can hold it for some time, it can be very effective for meditation. But then eventually they're also reborn. And these great masters, they're not reborn for their own sake anymore. They're reborn for the sake of others. Because they reached very advanced states. Maybe they've already reached the state of a Buddha. And now they just stay around to help us to get there ourselves. But unfortunately, they can only show us how to do it. We still have to do it. Okay. It's 4:10. So maybe we leave it at that. We had a long Saturday. We all had. So if you're interested, if you have questions, please think about it tonight. We can start tomorrow again, taking some questions. And we'll continue further tomorrow with some of the discussions. Okay, all right. Have a good Saturday.
Thank you.
Well, let's do the dedication. So the prayer, let's do the bodhicitta prayer. Okay, and then the long life prayer for His Holiness, and the long life prayer of the other. Right.
In English? Okay, or Tibetan?
Maybe in English, just because, so we can think of them.
Okay, so we're going to do the prayer, the request for bodhicitta in English, and then we'll do the long life prayer for His Holiness, the concise long life prayer.
Also in English?
Yeah,
in English. Let's do it in English.
Okay, so may the precious beings Bodhi mind, not yet born, arise and grow. May that born have no decline, but increase forevermore. In the land encircled by snowy mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All-powerful Shenrezig Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until cyclic existence is ended.
Let's do the other ones too.
Okay.
These are the great teachers that are associated with this center, who have these incredibly high realizations. So may they stay around and be able to, teach us as we proceed.
You who uphold the subduer's moral way,
who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three jewels. Protector of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. To bring blessing of enlightened activities to fortunate disciples, and to spread the textual and inner realization teachings of the Buddha, who embodies the 10 powers. You show the light of logic and teachings to intelligent minds. I pray to the spiritual friend, the revealer of the path.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vishala.